It's an omnibus edition of Happy Times and Places, this positively inclined Doctor Who episode commentary podcast in which I, Toby Haydock, choose a favourite thing from a Doctor Who story chosen by a friend of mine. But unlike Doctor Who's omnibuses, these aren't chopped down to a manageable length. It's the whole thing glued together.
Hi, I'm Reuben. I'm a Doctor Who fan. It's a TV show with that guy in the scarf who later changed into that guy who was the vet from All Creatures Great and Small. But what you may not know is that there were three guys that played the Doctor before that. The guy with the fancy cape is my favorite. And this is my favorite story from his era. From about 1984 to 2005, that is how I had to describe my love of Doctor Who to a generation of coworkers and Americans who just remembered Tom Baker and Peter Davison from the occasional viewing on PBS. Nowadays, that isn't an issue, thankfully. With the most I have to tell people who have fallen a bit behind is that nowadays, the Doctor, he's not a guy anymore. I'm picking the Green Death. It's the beginning of the end of the Unit family era and such a sweet goodbye to Joe Grant. I am 12 years old and not very popular in school, as everyone thinks I am strange for bringing Target books to school, talking about a show that nobody admits to having seen, and yeah, in other words, I am a Doctor Who fan, American, of a certain age.
Well, huge thanks to Reuben, one of those many people who I've never met and yet who've had a profound effect on these podcasts and my output, which started during lockdown when I hadn't got a clue if anybody was interested in this stuff, and I got a huge vote of confidence from Reuben, and he's been a firm and encouraging supporter ever since. So it seemed only right, because I like reaching across the pond. I've always found America to have a great mystique about it. You know, it was the huge country where all the cinema and big TV and exciting things came from, and it seemed, so familiar because of the language and various sort of cultural touchstones that are the same and all of that, but bigger and funkier and more exciting, and where the real stars came from. And of course, I've since been to America and liked it very much, and been treated very kindly there and welcomed very kindly there. But it's never quite lost that I always feel, I never expected to, people would go on holiday to France, Europe and bits and bobs like that. But I never thought I'd, touch down in America, set foot there, let alone work there. And I always feel that that's a little bit special. Even if, yes, I worked there, on a movie set, Toby, in Hollywood? No, at an airport Marriott hotel. But doesn't matter. Because those events are great. Anyway, but yeah, at Doctor Who conventions, and well, that's where I've prospered. So I don't care. Had a great time over there, and they're brilliant events. Those ones, full of lovely people, really well run, and full of joy and conviviality. And I've been very welcome there and made friends there. But I've never met Reuben. We've only ever communicated over the internet. So I'm glad he was able to choose a story and choose one that he really liked. And as I say, I always think we learn from our cousins over the pond. And as I say, I'm always slightly excited to feel that I'm communicating with the United States of America. It's big and exciting. And I'm always interested in what American Doctor Who fans make of our, funny little show, which, part of its appeal is it is a sort of funny parochial little thing in many ways. And of course, the Green Death is the one that was Welsh. This and Delta and the Bannermen, they were the Welsh ones. Yeah, roll on 2005. Suddenly there's a lot of very Welsh things going on. And, all under a very Welsh umbrella. A very high umbrella, because it's Russell T Davies, who is the tallest of umbrellas. But also, for me, I've said this before, so I shall try to say it in a different or more interesting way. Post-season 7 Pertwee was always a bit of a disappointment to me when I was collecting the videos. I think when I'd read the Target books, I'd imagined something that had the look and feel of the Professionals, filmic and gritty, with the sort of special effects of the sort of Godzilla movies or the, the 50s and 60s movies, which, I was aware were before Doctor Who in the 70s. I hadn't quite, I think, figured out how budgets on television and on film worked or anything like that. But I figured, if some of the 50s movies and 60s movies looked the way that they did, then 70s Doctor Who, would certainly hold a candle to that. So I think I really thought it would be gritty, and I wanted Doctor Who to be gritty. I didn't like whimsy. I didn't like joy. I liked the jokes, but I liked the, I thought it would be hard and tough, because the programs that seemed hard and tough, like the Professionals, which now seems terribly camp in its own way, but I think I was expecting more of that. I think I imagined it on film as well. So the fact that loads of it was on videotape, which doesn't have that inbuilt grittiness, I think. But I've been prepared for the Green Death to be slightly subpar as well. We'll get on to the fact that it isn't later, hopefully, when I'm watching it. Because the Doctor Who archives in Doctor Who magazine had sort of pointed out, and another article, I think, a couple of articles. I know Doctor Who archives fact file said that contemporary newspaper reports, criticised the childish dialogue. So I went and going, the dialogue's a bit childish then, and it, I'd been forewarned in some article in Doctor Who magazine, I'm sure, which tended not to be that critical either. So, being critical stuck out. That there was bad CSO and that the Giant Fly wasn't very good. I'd expected bad CSO. Boy, I got it. And which always, the fringing around people, it had the same effect on the sort of goosebumps on my own personal skin. It would really, crackle around me, but with embarrassment, as the crimson shade of embarrassment crackled along my body. It created a sort of CSO fringing of its own, but a fringing of shame. And the Giant Fly, was supposed to, was famously was supposed to be famously bad. And I'd also been prepared for the fact that some later external scenes were on CSO that should have been on film, which, as it turns out, is not accurate. The scenes with the Brigadier and Benton on location that are done in front of a CSO screen were always planned to be that way. They knew they weren't going to actually manage to pull them all off. It wasn't that they ran out of time and had to replan those for the studio. That was apparently always the plan. So that's very interesting. Now, so I've always been a little bit embarrassed by some elements of the Green Death, especially as they were part of that post-season 7 Pertwee that was a bit cozier, a bit less, tough guy, and sort of adult, in really inverted commas, than season 7. And that was the sort of Who that, unless it sort of embraced its wackiness, like Carnival of Monsters, which has always totally worked for me, or had the the elan, the sort of the great period, spoofery, and yet totally real within its own terms of the Time Warrior, and because that's set in the past as well, that's a slightly different vibe. I love those, but the unit stories, which, as I said, expected to be tough and gritty, were always a bit of a compromise for me. But I have changed, partially doing this process where, a story that had, previously just been a bit average for me, The Sea Devils, I absolutely adored this time around. And then not long after I'd done it, I saw it at the BFI again and loved it again. But also, I am now much more charmed and much less on edge and much less looking over my shoulder for the cool kids to come in and me have to justify. Because this was also shown when I was at university, actually, on a Sunday afternoon. And I remember a friend of mine who was not one of those people who was sort of lofty and dismissive about stuff, which a lot of my mates at university were. he's a very famous actor now called Raza Jaffrey, but I remember him saying, "Oh, I saw you'd seen the end of episode 3 and thought it was a bit naff." And he'd said it, and he wasn't being unkind when he said it. He was going, "Oh, that wasn't great, was it?" And I was sort of going, "Absolutely fine, that bit. Oh, glad you didn't see some of the other bits." But so yes, it was on. It was repeated when I was at university, when I think the fact that we didn't look back at Doctor Who with affection anymore, but the nation had been trained to look back at it as some embarrassment, some menagerie of bad special effects and terrible acting, which I knew was untrue, and so that also made me furious, because it was not only wrong, it was unjust. But anyway, so yes, Green Death has always been having loved the book, although I found the book quite hard because it's a Malcolm Hulke book, so I had to be a bit older before I could really get it. But it was one of the earliest books that we had. It's very, very knackered, our copy. I say our because I have older brothers, so I'd inherited it off them, and I love that cover with the giant fly squirting Bessie, and then the it's got some illustration on the back as well. Loved all of that. And it's got interior pictures as well. I remember that there's one of Hinks, and there's one of Stevens with the headphones on, and all of that. Yes, so it was a very familiar book, and it seemed the green death dripping from the walls of the mine. That seemed like the stuff of nightmares. But it's a very different story for that. There's lots of other things going on. It's not all sort of atomic waste and industrial espionage. It goes to Hippieville, and it goes to Wales. So it's got a mixture of styles and personnel and adventure. But I'm expecting to be more charmed than I have before, because I've got over myself a bit, and I've embraced the charm. And that's not to patronise it. But actually all the bits that work on their own terms, that are designed to be charming or fun or cozy or whatever. I'm much keener to snuggle up to them, whereas actually I wanted to sort of knock shoulders and get all bruisey with the tough stuff when I was at the grand old age of 15, when I think I saw toughness as sort of currency, especially if in programs that I liked. But now I'm happy for comfort. I'm happy for the comfort of the long-haired unit family, and near the end of their reign. And of course, it's the end of an era. It's the end of Joe Grant. But let us see what the Green Death has to offer. Let's set sail. Well, no, we'll get in the car and we'll drive down to Llanfairfach and watch episode 1 of the Green Death in 3, 2, 1. And I had a not bad copy of this either. A lot of my John Pertwees were pretty good first, second generation from Australia. So I've never had to look at this through a sort of murky kaleidoscope of different blobs. The Green Death was green, not sort of grey with blue bits flapping about it. Lovely establishing shot there. Says that we're in Wales, and I'm very drawn to this idea, of course, as well. Is that the mines and industry being closed. This is very sort of reminiscent of. Well, I mean, I wasn't around. I wasn't quite born yet of the 70s, but the miners' strike in the 80s was something that was, very much on people's lips, and industrial relations and all of this was very important in the UK, and workers' rights, which I think we've. I think we've learned to rue what has happened to the industry in our country, but also, the unions. The unions also, are not without, and I'm a union man, very much so, but are not without culpability in the way that they conducted themselves. I'm not talking about the mining here, by the way, because I've never I've never been part of the miners' union, but I know there were other unions that were that took the mickey, frankly. And I've encountered arch unionism, and it can be a bit of a bore. But I'd always, on balance, I wouldn't cross a picket line just on principle. But anyway, let's not get into the politics of it. It's John Scott Martin here, who doesn't last very long. I like the fact that Stevens says, "I have in my hand a piece of paper," because of course he's misquoting Neville Chamberlain. And I think I really like, now Ray Handy, the milkman there, he's related to somebody, and I can't remember who. A Doctor Who fan, I think, is related, or somebody I know is related to Ray Handy, and he's there with Mostyn Evans, who is also the uncredited as a taxi driver in Doctor Who and the Silurians, and is also the high priest, because he was a good singer. Of course, he's a good singer, very Welsh stereotype in Death to the Daleks. He's the high priest. And there's one lovely Stuart Bevan who, it's funny, when I was preparing myself to watch this, characters like him who'd been good on the page, but who were played by actors who I didn't, Stuart even admitted that this was probably the best part of his career, though he did do lots of adverts and stuff. He's a very recognisable face on television. But in terms of sort of drama parts, and the fact that he wasn't Welsh, led me to, and because I'd seen lots of sort of long-haired young actors in other 70s stuff be a bit sort of high-pitched, whiny and naff, I was hugely pleasantly surprised by how good Stuart Bevan is, and he is excellent. He could really have been really annoying, and I think it's one of the great strengths of this, that one of those sort of parts that that could have the potential not to age well at all, has aged very well, and I think Stuart Bevan's performance is very good. That's wonderful, isn't it? I mean, this is pure Doctor Who, and it's really grim. It's a great effect, the Green Death effect. And I remember sort of reading about this story and reading the book and go, there's this thing, and it turns people and it makes them green, and it's called the Green Death. I mean, as a starting point for a Doctor Who story, it says instant classic, doesn't it? Now, here's a very interesting observation that because I think one of the bits of dialogue that were probably accused of being childish with some of the Doctor and Joe's banter, but it's rather fun how Doctor Who tells Jo Grant off for having an apple for her breakfast, whereas now you'd go, fruit for breakfast is actually pretty good for you. And he's going, no, you should have some protein. And you go, well, no, you can have fruit for breakfast. That's all right. Get your fruit and veg. Get your 5 a day in. I feel I need to clarify what I said about unions, because I am a member of two, yes. And I very much was in support of the UK miners in the 1980s, and very much. In retrospect too, and the way that Margaret Thatcher smashed the unions in this country was to its detriment. But that didn't happen in a vacuum, and unions have occasionally misbehaved in a really annoying way. And I'm not saying they gave her an excuse, but they certainly facilitated what she did, and there were certainly some things that were union led in industrial relations in the 70s and early 80s that didn't do anybody any favors. But I nonetheless firmly believe that workers should be represented by a union, and that and that unions utilized properly can ensure fairness in the workplace for all. But like all good ideas, it can be messed about with. But I think that's the only reason I said that, is that so there we go. So union man, but be good union. Excellent shot of the dead body there. And of course all of these Welsh actors here are all the genuine articles, so that really helped. Not Stuart Bevan, who has did very well, but Mostyn Evans, Ray Handy, who's only on film, but I think he's excellent as the milkman. I actually think he's because he's quite cussed and he's quite pissed. He's pissed off Welsh, whereas Mostyn Evans is doughty Welsh. Roy Evans is sort of we what sort of weedy Welsh, small. And Talfrin Thomas is Talf the Teeth Welsh. He's TV Welsh, although actual Welsh as well. But because he largely, Wales was largely represented by Talfrin Thomas on BBC television in the 1970s. I mean, he's just essence of Wales. Although we haven't seen Talfrin Thomas this yet, although he's very, very nice in this. He's pretty horrible in Survivors, and he's pretty oily in Spearhead from Space. And of course, he was Private Cheeseman in Dad's Army too. So very, very well known face. But they just basically call out the Welsh actors. Let's get them in to give us this real sense of place. Although they do actually go to Wales on location, but it helps to have them in the studio too. And I love the fact that Doctor Who is taking on the ecological storyline here, and some things that can seem dangerously like a fad, and you think, oh, it's very 70s, for ecology to be a thing, and of course, ecology is still a thing. We are eating mushroom fungus as a sustainable source of protein. We do have questions about energy and about efficiency and about how much fossil fuel there is left in the planet and what burning that fossil fuel does to it. And of course, Doctor Who should look at that and use that as a storytelling device. And I think whatever you think of it, and I know there are arguments that are, shall we say, green cautious. I still think you would say, you even if you were, you could still say it's an important storytelling. It's what Doctor Who does, just in the same way as it takes the popularity of plastic and makes it deadly. The Auton stories aren't. I mean, Praxeus does, and I think Praxeus does it very well. With the microplastics and stuff. But the Autons, Robert Holmes wasn't doing cautionary tale about the rise of plastic. He just went, "Oh, this stuff's all over the place. Let's make it kill people." Whereas this is a story that wants to inform, educate, and entertain. And I don't mind Reithian Doctor Who. The fledgling flies the coop. That was quoted in, I think, Gary Russell in a third Doctor summer special. Did little sort of reviews of every story, and they each had a quote. And I didn't really know what the fledgling flies the coop means. So I was educated by having to look up and discover what that meant. And so it's interesting, isn't it, how it's signposted this early on. It's like Doctor Who knows that this is Joe Grant's last story. I love Ray Handy as the milkman. You can't miss it, can you? It is. I think he's really good. He's the way he does "You're welcome, boyo," as if he's anything but welcome, and then he does some genuine Welsh here, doesn't he? It's a lovely sort of dour, cynical performance, and I think it's he's a nice little character. He doesn't even get a name, but I think he's referred to later as Jones the Milk, but he's just credited as Milkman. I couldn't tell you anything about that cow. I'm sorry. I feel I feel like I've let you down. But the Brigadier's got a funky car, hasn't he? It's always nice to see the Brigadier in civvies. Nicholas Courtney in a flat cap. Flat caps. I wear a flat cap now. But of course we have the massive jaunt to Metabilis 3. A whole load of the filming allocation to go to something that has nothing to do with the story at all and is essentially a protracted gag, because he's been promising that we go to the famous blue planet and it turns out to be this sort of deadly environment. That's a nice bit of reverse filming with the tentacle, though. It's a very effective sequence, nicely staged. And of course, this will, the way that the Pertwee era threads together, where Metebelis 3 first becomes a promise, then becomes a joke, and then becomes, the setting of the climax, where the whole Pertwee era comes together, gives this whole era, a very modern feeling of some sort of through line and some sort of arc that we associate much more with modern television than with Doctor Who of this time, really. Even though there are plenty of examples littered around the series, I do like his. I do like his hovering chair. Excuse me for yawning. This sort of stuff is quite hard to stage, I would argue, in a multi-camera studio where you've got sort of klutzy, slightly farcy stuff, and that's quite a hard line. You'll contaminate my spores, but he does it very well. I think Stuart Bevan is excellent in this. I had the pleasure of meeting him just the once, I think, in a cellar in Shoreditch. Obviously, I know Katie now quite well, and she's a delightful person. But Katie was very, very fond of Stuart, and had reconnected with him when she came back to the UK. And as we see, obviously from those trailers for the Blu-rays and things. And but I didn't realise Stuart I knew in modern telly, because that's great, lovely comedy look. They've got a real rapport here. It's as I said, this scene in lesser hands would have been klutzy, would have been contrived. It is klutzy, but it could have been contrived and awkward and slightly forced. But they've clearly rehearsed it, and they're clearly bouncing off each other in a way that makes this, I think, potentially quite. And look at the way that it's shot as well, shooting her through those wires stuff. Everyone's very well placed. It's very nice direction from Michael Bryant. That scene is deceptive, because I think it could have been problematic. Not in today's meaning of the word problematic, where you discover that one of the actors has a political opinion, or even likes a different colour than you do, and you decide that they shouldn't be employed anymore. I don't mean that sort of problematic. I mean problematic as in badly staged. And I think the writing here is a bit sort of childish, but Katie pulls that off, and actually that's a nice breaking of the. No, it's fine. That's fine. That's actually very charming, and they do have a lovely rapport. So there's the Doctor with a close-up or some stock footage of a snake. But, the blue filter effect is... And Bert was great at doing this kind of... I'm being buffeted about by the terrible environment. And this is absolutely, what Doctor Who should be doing. Of going, we're looking at one of the planet's problems and the way that all of this fungus and everything ties up with the whole plot is rather splendid, and it's very, very forward thinking. Barry Letts being an environmentalist, I think, was to Doctor, because I don't think this is being particularly didactic. As I say, I think even if you're sort of green cautious, the amount of story elements they get from the environmental concerns of the production team, or the writers at least, or Barry Letts, justifies the preoccupation with it. Not because at the end he's gone, you'll have to be better at all of this stuff. That the businessmen are useful villains to have, and it's it creates a scenario that gives us all sorts of different threats. We have the suave Stevens here, the shady business people who've got they've got the government in their pocket. That's all nice conspiracy theory stuff. Having the hippies as heroes is quite nice, especially as they're not annoyingly portrayed hippies, which is not always the case in 70s drama. I will talk at great length about Jerome Willis, who is very special, has a special place in this old Whovian's heart. Oh yes, because they're just trying to phone the doctor. So yes, and this is the doctor, being acquisitive, and as we I mean, I actually think that's okay. I used to be slightly embarrassed by that, but I think that's all right. And I love the fact that his jacket's torn. But of course, at the moment it's a gag, and he's going through these trials and tribulations to get this beautiful crystal. But that's going to be his greed, especially. And I love the fact this John Pertwee's doctor's greed, because John Pertwee was famously would nick a half-inch anything if he could. If there wasn't the thing about him unscrewing a compass on the SS Bernice. I think you quite like going home with stuff. Jerome Willis. No, I'll talk about him later. And I like this is very clever, the way that the dialogue interlaps. I mean, it's not rocket science, and it's a writing format that has been used elsewhere, but it's nice to see it in Doctor Who. I love the way Michael Bryant's shooting this very cleverly and subtly through the various bits of equipment, but not losing anybody's face. No, and then no waste, no pollution. That's brilliant. That's really good, and, especially as this is a sort of kids program in a way. But I love the juxtaposition. The different stories that are two heroes. Hero number 3 is stuck on is feeling a little blue on Metabilis. Lot of solo moustaches. You don't see the solo moustache so much anymore. So a lot of solo moustaches in Colony in Space too. Perhaps Michael Bryant had a thing about solo moustaches. I saw Michael recently. He's in his 80s and is still as game as anything, and a lovely chap. He's a good guy, is Michael. Did she just knock something off the desk there? I think she might have done. But this is a lovely set as well, isn't it? With all the mushrooms in their things on the shelves and those different coloured lights. You get a real sense of sort of, batty scientist. And here we go. Now, Mostyn Evans, who plays Di Evans, Mostyn Evans, Di who does Die. I think Mostyn Evans died on Doctor Who's birth, died on the 23rd of November. Why do I know that? Because I just do. So, yes, and this, evil bit. I've watched a bit of Doomwatch recently, and, it's much sort of trendier than this. And actually seems a little... in places seems a little more childish, actually, although this is very childish, but it's hilarious. The spears being chucked and the tentacles and everything buffeting the TARDIS, and then the Doctor coming out and answering the phone. I think all of that is truly delightful. It got up my nose a bit when I first watched this, because I wanted the Doctor to be in the story. This isn't part of the story. The Doctor hasn't joined the story yet. But actually, in a 6-parter, you can afford to have a sort of comedy diversion for the Doctor. And John Pertwee coming out with his shoulder torn, going, "I'll talk to anybody," is really funny. Having done, overreached himself and stolen, and that will come back to haunt him. All this stuff on film is lovely. And there's Roy Evans as well, who I've got a lot to tell you about too. That's a great shot of that lift going down. It's only when we get the studio lift with the CSO that we have a problem. So yeah, I think for Doctor Who, all of this office boardroom politics stuff, particularly as Jerome Willis is very studied and very suave. And plays it like he plays, and he played a lot of sort of characters a bit like this. He's in the Sandbaggers, where he's an office wallow, and he has a straight sort of, very dramatic intensity. Although And Ben Howard here as Hinks has a genuine sort of Cockney hard man vibe about him, which I rather like. Again, those sorts of characters can be either a little overblown or played by actors who are actually close to being stuntmen and so aren't necessarily the best actors. And I think there's a sort of laconic, slightly laid back, slight insolence to Ben Howard's Hinks that I rather like, and he's he's not pulling any faces, but he's quite inscrutable and he's quite laid back, and he sort of takes it all in his stride. So they judge all of this very nicely. He's slightly gimlet-eyed as well, isn't he? He's slightly in suicide. He's all right, yeah. Which you kind of want to ground the fact that Stevens is doing this intense hypnotized stuff, which again Jerome Willis does very well. I like all of these actors in Global Chemicalsville, and they've all got a slightly different energy going on. Stevens is obviously now communing with some greater power, who we will discover. Hinks is the hard man thug. Elgin, the man with the conscience who thinks something is going on. Everyone's got their little story going on, and we'll meet Fell later, won't we? So Roy Evans has been Trantis in the Daleks' master plan, and plays another miner in the Monster of Peladon. That's because he was a friend of Lenny Main's. In fact, I found in Lenny Main's suitcase a contact sheet. No, just a few photos of Roy and Lenny. So I sent one of them to Roy, or a picture of one of them, and got a lovely letter back saying, he remembered that flat and all the shagging that they did in it. So poor old Di has got the Green Death, and it's quite nice how he, Bryant didn't dwell on the green on his hands there. It was sort of there, and you could see it. And that's the great thing about when you're watching Doctor Who in the 70s. Special effect might be there, and you'd have to sort of you'd glimpse it, and then that'd be the bit that you'd remember, and there was no rewind or playback or pause. And I think sometimes that's a better system than sort of dwelling on it, because it's even though it's counterintuitive, no, go give us the money shot, but actually you go, oh no, it's there and I can see it, but it was part of the whole picture. So this is all great. All of this film stuff looks magnificent, and it gives it a real sense of place, and then it matches actually quite nicely with this interior set that you've got going here, and I think that that matches well, and that's beautifully shot through the wheel, and you can, slightly dubbed, isn't it? Yeah, that's obviously it's dubbed because you couldn't have captured that on the mic. Then they'd have got that bit of the sound separately, and we know that something's been done because Hinks has snuck out like a wrong 'un, and yes, I remember finding out that this was the cliffhanger and thinking, oh, it's not much of a cliffhanger on paper, but I think Talflin Thomas sells it with his lift acting, and the crash zoom into Pertwee and his, he's great at this stuff, means that a cliffhanger on paper that might be a bit underwhelming works. Stevens, Jerome Willis, how lovely, and the three Welshmen, Mitzi Mackenzie, who I've had the pleasure of meeting, playing Nancy. Yes. So there we go. That's episode 1 of The Green Death, and I have to choose something that I like better than everything else in episode 1, and the wheeze is that if my choices match with the majority of Reuben's choices, I will win a prize. I will win a protein-rich mushroom or something. I will win a blue crystal. You don't want to win the blue crystal, Tobes. So my favourite thing about episode 1, well, I really liked a lot of that. I found the Metabolist stuff, again, much more charming than boring old stroppy teenage me who wanted the Doctor to be in the thick of the action did. I think all of that, it's supposed to be funny. It's a gag. I'm going to the most peaceful, wonderful, gorgeous blue planet in the history of the universe, and when I go there, it's a shithole full of very dangerous animals and people throwing spears and inclement weather, and it's just awful. And then I come back and the phone's ringing, and I'll speak to anyone. Shoulder torn. That's quite a Captain Mannering thing, There's slightly skew if all that is all beautiful. I think against the odds, Katie Manning and Stuart Bevan pull off that introductory scene between Joe and Cliff. Cliff could have been really annoying, Cliff could have been the real weak spot of this, young love interest, idealistic hero. He could have been a falsetto bore, as often those sorts of characters were could be in 70s TV. And I think Stuart Bevan, I know Michael Bryant worked very hard to cast that part and didn't want to cast Stuart because he and Katie, were in a relationship. They didn't want it to be nepotism, but actually it's great casting. Stuart does a very, very good job. And as I say, that scene where they meet could have been awful, and it's not. It's really nicely done. But I have to say, I think the thing I really like, and look, it's not unique to the Green Death. It's not the most amazing thing ever, but as a storytelling device and in Doctor Who and in a script that's trying to say and talk about interesting things, I love the explanations where the dialogue between Joe and Cliff and the dialogue between the Brigadier and Stevens jumps back and forth, telling each different new protagonist in this story's perspective on things, and it leaps into your ear and it plays with, it snaps your synapses, makes you perk up and go, oh, they're doing, this is galloping along, and this is buffeting me with, with the dialogue and character and stuff. And it's a maybe quite a simple device, but it works really beautifully. And if you're an 8, 9, 10-year-old watching this, or even a teenager watching this, you go, oh, that's clever, I like that. And I'm admiring of anything that has that sort of ambition to, especially when you're doing exposition. And because it's summing up the themes as well, exposition and sort of subtext, it very artfully integrates both of those things together and throws in a bit of character as well. And the different vibes between the scene in the Nut Hutch and the scene in Stevens' office. So it's a melange of all sorts of a few different things going on there, all very sort of carefully orchestrated, that fit nicely together and work. Which is a shame, because I should really be going for the Green Death effect, shouldn't I? Because that's very good as well. But no, I'm going to stick to my guns, and I'm going to go the overlapping dialogue explanation scenes, which I think are very well done. What has Reuben, who I've never met, but who has been such a vital contributor to these podcasts and my Patreon, of being one of the first to show faith in whatever it is I throw out there, and really help to get these going and to justify the time I spent doing them. So let's see what Reuben has to say, the American perspective, which is always interesting, because did you know in America they don't have a Wales? Let's see what he makes of Doctor Who's trip to Llanfairpach, and what he likes best.
Okay, to pick a favorite thing, I'm going to get the obvious one out of the way right away. It's Joe Grant, Katie Manning, just amazing. She shows her independence here. She's running away from the Doctor. Just brilliant. How can you not love Joe Grant? Hands down my favorite companion from Classic Who, and just love her. She's so good in this. I don't have the words. Amazing.
Oh, thanks. Well, yes. I mean, I love Joe. I mean, I first encountered Joe when they showed Doctor Who and the Monsters, which was parts 1 and 2 of The Curse of Peladon, as a surprise repeat. Thank God my mum had spotted it in the Shropshire Star television listings and watched it, and I'd never seen Joe Grant before, and I soon scrawled TH4KM on my school exercise book. I must have been all of 8, but I was so in love with her. I still kind of am, I think. But yes, Joe Grant is great. And you know what is so easy to forget is that Joe Grant doesn't even sound like Katie Manning. You know, often leading actors, you know, are very recognizable as the parts that they play, because you know they're not character parts in the same way often, and I think we quite often, I think, associate Katie with being Joe and Joe with being Katie, and they're actually very, very different. And I think I was getting worried about being told off for my stance or otherwise, or the fact that I hadn't made it clear about unionism. And I instead of concentrating on the fact that this was the final scene between the Doctor and Joe in Unit HQ, and off she went, you know, at the beginning of the story, she sort of decides to go, no, I'm going to go and see this guy. And that's heartbreaking. And as I say, flagged up. And I didn't dwell on that because I was off on a segue. So I was off on my own mission to focus on my own little preoccupations that will end up getting me into trouble, much like what the Doctor done. But no, that's very important that she decides she wants to go and see this sexy version of Doctor Who, basically, and she sort of outgrows him, and that's really rather heartbreaking. And Pert was lovely in that. And as I say, you know, he says the fledgling flies the coop. He's kind of seeing this coming. She's and yeah, isn't it appropriate that in her last story, she, like Rose runs towards the TARDIS, Joe runs away from the TARDIS towards the story to grapple the story. When the Doctor's got his eyes on something else, the Doctor doesn't even realise the story has begun. So actually, younger me was wrong. The Metabolist thing isn't just a sort of lazy bit of padding to you know, give the Doctor something to do before he arrives proper at the end of episode 1. It's because the Doctor doesn't realise where the story is beginning, and Joe does. And how much does that empower her? How much does that place her front and centre? She is the leading protagonist. And I actually love the dynamic that you've got Joe and the Brigadier. I always love it when the Brigadier, you know, is a story driver rather than a story reactor. And, you know, he's important. I love the fact that he and Joe take the lion's share of the hero work in that episode. You know, they don't have the Doctor to be finding out what's going on. So Joe finds out in one place, the Brigadier finds out in another. Well, the Doctor has his eyes on the wrong prize, and we know that will come to bite him later. But actually, it means that, yeah, he's not centre stage because he's not noticed where the adventure should be beginning. And I think that's rather clever, and that's rather interesting as well. It hadn't really occurred to me until, you know, Reuben points out, you know, Joe, and of course I often fail with because everyone's, you know, every guest on this is coming to this new, so, you know, will, of course, you know, their Doctor or their companion, they'll want to flag up, whereas I probably look through them to get to the nitty gritty of the individual installment. But there's absolutely nothing wrong. Of course, why wouldn't you choose Joe Grant? And I probably might have waited to episode 6 or for my bonus thing to choose her, which was bad gameplay, because of course choosing her for episode 1 means that Reuben will get the Joe Grant point, and I can now not choose her, though I can choose, you know, something she does or an aspect of her. And, you know, I suspect I would be very surprised if I don't choose her leaving scene, or some element of it. I can already see there's a lot to choose from that last installment. But yeah, it's you know, Joe is not, you know, marrying somebody she held hands with in episode 4, you know, to use a cliche. You know, this this departure is seeded very early on, and they deserve that. These regulars, it's not just let's graft the departure onto the adventure that we've commissioned from this person and gone, oh yeah, by the way, can you stick a leaving scene for the companion on? And so often companions have had quite perfunctory exits. This one, I mean, Liz Shaw didn't even really get one. So, but Jo Grant and Katie has earned this, and it's nice that they've given her, they've fitted her exit into the storyline and into the script itself, and made a big thing of it in relating it to the Doctor, because she's gone. Her eyes have been turned by sexy younger, her blow up Doctor. Oh, it's lovely, and it's so sad, And of course, for years, Katie was the one who was never coming back. She'd always say in interviews, I wouldn't come back. I'm done. I've gone. But she did come back in Sarah Jane, and of course now in Power of the Doctor. Well, it was a cameo, but it didn't matter. Jo is still there as part of the Whoniverse. But for ages, this was and from the actor's own declaration. No, that was it. She was leaving it in the past. I really like the way that they fitted Jo into the story. I really like the ecological side of it. I really like the sort of reflecting of industrial relations, which was very important in this. Well, it's very important now, but it's taken slightly different forms. But its shadow hangs over this country and the way that people are employed and job security and all of those sorts of things, which have massively transformed since that time, and of course industry and jobs for that knitted communities together. This is all a rich part of our sort of cultural and societal history, and it's really interesting to see it reflected in Doctor Who this way. I think we sometimes associate that with gritty policey dramas that take on modern issues, but actually Doctor Who is embedded in the fabric of these isles in a way that it is sort of like a social document, but with added homicidal giant mutant wildlife. And what more could you want? A postcard from the past with toxic slime dripping out of it. And I think I'm going to have fun with the Green Death and with Reuben. So please join me next time, and I'll be Haydock the commentator. Well, hello everybody, and welcome to this edition of Happy Times and Places, which is going to take us into episode 2 of The Green Death. Late Pertwee, just before all change. I never consider season 11 kind of what I imagined Pertwee, because I always considered Sarah Jane a Tom Baker companion, because that's, those were the books I read, and that's what I understood from, various magazine articles I read or whatever. And it was relatively late in my discovery of, the basics of Doctor Who that I realised Sarah was actually part of the Pertwee era. So associated was she for me with Tom Baker. So I always considered, sort of subconsciously, season 11 a bit of an anomaly, and also I suppose because I was going to say the unit's not in it much, but actually it's in it a decent amount. But anyway, this is of course the last great flourishing, really, especially with the Master gone and now Jo Grant on her way out as well. It feels like the unit era is being wound down. It very much is the end of an era, particularly with the departure of Jo Grant. Forgive if it sounded like I was making lots of noises there. I'm trying to get comfortable. Trying to work out a way of recording this. I've got terrible posture, So, but if I lean back, I'll be too far away from the microphone. But if I Anyway, you don't need to know about the ballast required for me to broadcast correctly. But some people say they like this. If I sort of explain, if I break, if I break the fourth wall and give you a little glimpse behind the scenes, I'm not sure myself. Anyway, that's enough of it. Let's make it a brief sojourn into the back room, and let's get the proper content front and center as we press play on episode 2 of The Green Death. Our guide will be Rueben Herfindahl, my friend, one of those friends I've never met from across the pond, who will interesting. His introduction, sounded not unlike, his experience of being a Doctor Who fan was not unlike my own, even though, our backgrounds, the order in which we're exposed to Who, the stories we will have watched, how we will have digested them, all completely different. But nonetheless, Doctor Whonism is a universal language. So let's press play on episode 2 of The Green Death in 3, 2, 1. Oh, and of course, this is the last story to have this gorgeous title sequence. I think it's slightly underrated, even by me, this title sequence, because I think it is superseded by the first Tom Baker one, and because the William Hartnell one is just such an abstract piece of genius in it, and yet its simplicity. But I think this Pertwee one is, does everything it needs to do, and it's just some sort of whirly shapes, but it's perfectly rendered, and the colours are great, and it sort of reminds me of this, this good quality version of it reminds me of sitting in front of a log fire watching it, so it warms my cheeks as I watch it. So here we go. Telfer and Thomas. He was. I knew him as a sort of as a dead actor before I even sort of watched him in stuff, really, because he'd been a friend of mine had told me about Survivors and said that he'd played a bad guy in it, but that he was already dead. So now this is that's the bad CSO that worried me so. Then bad CSO was a terrible thing. Oh, that I've just noticed that the set recedes into the background there, but rather simply effectively done with a photo. This is that's a photo giving a bit of perspective backdrop to the set. This is very well done with the sparks and everything. This feels real. There's real sweat on Telfer and Thomas there. This is the sort of thing that could seem a little clunky, or might not seem as metallic as it needs to. But he's got proper sweat on him, hasn't he? Telf the Teeth, as he was known. He was definitely the BBC's resident Welshman, but he's excellent. And a bit of a legend because of Dad's Army, and he's excellent in Survivors too. But yes, he was Private Cheeseman in Dad's Army, who was a sort of short-lived regular. After, I think, was it Private Walker, James Beck had died, they sort of brought him, but he didn't last long. Apparently John Laurie, who played Fraser, said he's got to go, because so he was doomed. He was doomed by muscling in on his co-star's turf, I think. I don't know. So Roy Evans, I mean, gosh, I remember seeing him crop up on a McDonald's advert. I think a McDonald's advert. I was going to say recently, but it'll probably be 15, 20 years ago. But we tried to get him for the commentary for this, but apparently his partner didn't like the contract, I think was what was said. Anyway, dropped out for a sort of strange, arbitrary reason. He is on the original Green Death. We did a commentary for the special edition. So he was involved in Paul Venese's Man Alive spoof with Mark Gatiss, and Paul did interview him then and said he was great fun. But I've never had the pleasure. I have exchanged letters with him a couple of times, and he seems absolute fun. But he didn't want to do an interview because he said he'd just turned 90, he'd just moved house, his partner had just passed away, and he was just, he said, "It's age, dear." Bless him. But then he sent me a lovely letter about Lenny Mayne, about them smoking and shagging, as he put it. So good for him. So he's in his 90s, Roy. Still going. Good for him. There's just something very natural about Telfer and Thomas. He's got all the business. He knows exactly how to do it. And what a brilliant face. You don't get teeth like that really anymore. But it's great because he's a character actor who plays all sorts of different characters, and yet you always know it's that actor because he's so distinctive. It's sort of contradictory in that he plays all sorts of different parts and pops up in everything, and yet everybody kind of knows it's that guy. But I think we did that with actors in those days, and I there was something fun to be had by spotting an actor you knew doing different things. That green death effect is superb. I mean, that's it's marvelous that they've discovered that they can do this effect and that they sort of basically draw a story around it. I'm not sure that was the way around, but it must have been in their minds. How do we do this? Or what can we do with this effect that we've got? Well, we could make somebody glow. And of course, the title, The Green Death. It is a green story. It is an eco story. Now it's just obviously because it looks cool because it's green. But is it that they're sending a message through the story title that it is a green story, or is that just a happy coincidence? Because I don't think it was by this time called the Green Party, because it was called the Ecology Party, everybody. And it was, I believe, at a meeting of the Ecology Party that an actor who was active in the Ecology Party suggested it change its name in line with its European counterparts, which were all called Green, or that language's equivalent of Green. And the actor that suggested that was John Abernethy, who was General Carrington, the Ambassadors of Death, and Railton in Death to the Daleks, and Ranquin. He's green. Ha ha! Yes, you see, he had an agenda. That's why the swamp is a green. It's the actor putting his political views across through the medium of skin pigmentation. Oh, BBC has been invaded by the eco-terrorists. He's also Van Lutyens in Fury from the Deep. I love the way that Ben Howard sort of very casually bats John Rolfe back here, and he's smoking a fag, one of the rare cigarettes in Doctor Who. There's quite a few cigarettes in this, and I think this is lovely how Stevens resists or is regretful about what they're going to do to John Rolfe's character here. It's Fell, isn't it? I think he's Bell in the book, or the other way around. And of course, Fell. Yeah, he is. He's Fell. Which is nominative determinism, because that's how he meets his end, by falling from a window. But I will tell you about John Rolfe as well. John Rolfe and Jerome Willis Stevens have a slight connection to me and my first exposure with actors and the world of acting. But yeah, it's an eco story, and that it's very much what the Pertwee era sort of thinks about, but even with Colony and Space, when it's projecting our future and the mutants, it paints an Earth that is spacefaring because we've gutted our planet and left it knackered. And as I record this, we have a government that is allowing water companies to pollute our seas and our waters because short-term money is more important than long-term health of the planet. And I'm not a glue myself to the pavement kind of guy, but I was saying I do what I can to Katie Manning, who is hugely on message with this even now, and does more than her bit. And I said, I do what I can, and she said, and bless her, because that's a very middle class me thing of there's a lot of people like me who sort of pat ourselves on the back because we go, well, we recycle and I buy Ecover washing up liquid. I'm doing what I can, and Katie is actually pretty hardline. He goes, well, actually what you can is not enough. We need to do more. And so I do admire people like Katie more than I admire people like me, because I am probably eco to my convenience. But by the same token, I do think those who stop the traffic and stop people getting to their hospital appointments or even their holidays, that to me is not how you win the country over. But if it is as urgent as is reported, perhaps we do need to wake up, and my very middle class way of doing it is not enough. And so I think it's great that a Doctor Who story will raise these issues, and the Doctor Who was doing it 40 years ago. Incredible. Well done, Doctor Who. And it puts a lie to that idea that only recent Doctor Who has had any form of an agenda, and that somehow, it's been taken over by the Wokarati. These people were up at dawn recycling their newspapers. So, but the most important thing is that this doesn't feel especially didactic. I think it's all worked into the story rather artfully, and the fact that the Quorn sausages are the way of defeating the industrial waste is neat and thematic, but it all makes sense within the story. Marks for Pertwee's costume, by the way. I think he looks great in this, and there's loads of publicity photographs that are very familiar to me of this story of everyone on location. So the costumes and Pertwee and Cliff Jones and what Joe's wearing and everything all seem very familiar and comfortable. I thought I have to say, from the book, I thought the miners would be sort of a bit tougher and grittier. I remember being quite surprised by sort of John Scott Martin's performance in episode 1, which is I think slightly comical in a way that perhaps it wasn't intended to be, but it's always nice to see John Scott Martin, and he's very high pitched, isn't he? Roy Evans, he's very I'm very falsetto. He's like a falsetto miner, but of course no reason why they shouldn't be. But I just expected them to be gruffer and tougher, and of course, mining was very much, has always been very much at the forefront of industrial relations in Great Britain. So it's all there in the mix as a backdrop, and a rather interesting backdrop, I think, to a Doctor Who story that is about more than just scaring the kiddies. I always like it when John Pertwee's Doctor, because he's so mean to people and can be such an arse. When he genuinely says to somebody, "I want to shake your hand, and I think you're pretty good," you always go, "Well, God, this is serious business. Then this must be all right." I like the fact that Dave sort of goes to help. That's rather nice, because he's just, and it's they've got a really good actor for what is essentially quite a supporting role there. Talvin Thomas. Terry Walsh here is the guard. It's quite like in Doctor Who, where you can have factory complexes, basically industrial complexes that have got sort of jackbooted fascist guards. So this is the equivalent of Extinction Rebellion, isn't it? They haven't glued themselves to the pavement. They're doing it through the medium of music and daubed signs. But yeah, so we've got the Stevens. Okay. So anyway, let me talk to you about Jerome Willis and John Rolfe, because Jerome Willis, so I see, yes, they're playing the music to distract the guards while John Pertwee has a very John Pertwee thing to do. Gets in a whatever it's called, a forklifty thing. It's not that. It's a sort of digger thing. Goes over the barbed wire and in. Beautiful. No messing about. No need for psychic paper. Distraction by hippie. Entrance by forklift. It's not a forklift. If I wasn't having to broadcast, I would know what that was called without even thinking about it, because I'm having to think and talk at the same time. That my brain and my mouth do not connect. So instead, this extemporizing pours out and passes for entertainment. So let's not dwell on it. If I hadn't dwelt on it, you wouldn't have even probably picked up on it. And but now that I've drawn attention to it, I've ruined everything. But I have bought us time to get to Jerome Willis as Stevens, who I was surprised had a moustache, because he doesn't in I think it's Alan Willow's illustrations in the book of The Green Death. Jerome Willis was in Richard III at the Ludlow Festival, directed by Peter Crigine, who was the man who actually, was sort of responsible for Doctor Who going away when it did. But he was an excellent theatre director and a very good television director. Directed some Out of the Unknowns. He was behind some of the better years of The Bill, and he was head of BBC Drama at the time when Doctor Who was slowly sort of taken away. But I've met Peter a few times. But the first time I was aware of his name was when my brother, who is a few years old, 4 years older than me, was one of the princes in the tower at the Ludlow Festival. Edward Woodward playing Richard III, directed by Peter Grigine, and they needed 2 school kids to play the princes in the tower. And my brother and his friend Bill Fathers auditioned and got it. So my brother was part of a theatrical company, and that scuppered me a bit because it meant that I had to go and stay at the local boarding school because my mum had to chaperone my brother. So it meant 2 weeks away, 2 or 3 weeks away from home for me. So it wasn't great for me whilst my brother was doing. But I think that planted the seeds for me a bit of, you could be part of an acting company. My brother had taken photographs and he'd got a signed poster in it, and they all looked after him and were very nice to him. And I sat in on some of the rehearsals. I remember Edward Woodward shouting at, because it was at Ludlow Castle, so it was in the open air. I love this. I'm quite spry for my age. And I love the way Ben Howard goes. You're going to go, terrific. Again, he's not mugging the thuggery. It's a very natural, sort of laid back. And it's Alan Chun's, and I think the other one's Billy Horrigan, the one with the goatee. So yeah, the guards. But yeah, it's quite laid back, sort of, and it seems to me genuine Cockney thuggery that always brings Doctor Who down to earth a little bit. It's a serial that can have quite overblown villainy. So when it's a sort of Ben Howard thinks is the sort of character you'd associate more with a Douglas Camfield, where the sort of gritty, earthy working class characters are actually a bit more believable than they might be if they were presented by somebody whose natural mode is RP and they're thugging it up. Jerome Willis was in Richard III, playing a lovely part, playing Clarence at the Ludlow Festival, directed by Peter Grigine, with Edward Woodward as Richard III, Malfa and Voice of the Rills as the Duke of Buckingham, and an actor called Brian Graspari, who was in The Gentle Touch and quite a few other things, as Hastings. The fourth lead really is Clarence, although he gets killed fairly early on. It's a very good part played by Jerome Willis, and Michelle Detrice, who was Edward Woodward's wife, was playing Lady Anne. No, the other one, Elizabeth. Anyway, stop. This is not what you want to know. You want to know about Jerome Willis. Jerome Willis was lovely, and my brother, and he actually came back to the Ludlow Festival the following year to do Antony and Cleopatra. He played Ian Barbus, which is the best part in it, again directed by Peter Grigine. Antony was Dennis Lill from The Awakening and Image of the Fendal, and Cleopatra was Eleanor Bron from Revelation of the Daleks and City of Death. So you see, I was not from a theatrical background, but the Shakespeare play came to visit for 2 weeks every summer and was played in the open air in the castle and had, proper actors. And I've got all the programmes upstairs going back to before I was born. Some of the early ones were directed by Professor Chronotis, who was also a noted theatre director. So the actors would come to town. So I remember being so excited that my brother, who never didn't go into the business, nor did he particularly want to, but he had such a nice time that it sort of planted the seed for me, really, that such a thing was possible, and such a and that there were people that did that for a living, and they seemed to have a jolly time, and it was having that in Ludlow that made me feel like I could sort of almost touch the business. And why this is relevant to Doctor Who is because Jerome Willis put in his programme notes, his TV credits include, whatever, the Sandbaggers and whatever, I don't know what else, Age of Kings, I don't think he was in that, but this, that, blah, 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 and Doctor Who and the Green Death, in which he played the lead villain. Now, you didn't normally go into such details. It was normally just the names of the programme, as I say, Emergency Ward 10 and the Power Game or whatever, and you just say and Doctor Who, but he specified. I love the fact that for Chris Chapman's documentary on the Blu-ray for the Green Death, they actually found this guy who did the salt, who did the salt, the weld, who had the cutting gear. I love that because he gets a close up. He's got a face. If you showed me that that capture, I'd go, oh yeah, that's that guy from that bit of the Green Death. Well, they found him and he's around and he's got a story to tell. I love that. Doctor, 40 years later, but Doctor Who touches lives. And I would recognise him more than I might recognise somebody that I worked with for 3 years in a restaurant, because that's the way it works, isn't it? Yes, this CSO has been improved from how it was when I watched it as a kid, I think, because it was ghastly, the Mine CSO, and as I say, it used to set my blooming teeth on edge. So yes, Jerome Willis, and then I wrote to him subsequently, because I did a university thing about different actors, because he'd also been in Ludlow Festival years and years before my brother or I were born, or certainly I was born, in the Scottish play in the 60s, because it had been going on for years, Ludlow Festival, and he played Banquo to the Macduff of Bernard Kay in the Scottish play, and so I wrote to him about the Scottish play, and he wrote me a lovely letter back. So I do have a letter from Jerome Willis, but I didn't ask him about Doctor Who, because this was for a college project, a university project, and so I never got to meet him. But I sort of feel like I have, because I sort of contacted him there, and again Paul interviewed him for the Green Death Blu-ray, and I think he's excellent in this as Stevens. But I love the fact that he put in his program that he was the lead villain in Doctor Who and the Green Death. But also in that production of Richard III was John Rolfe, who plays Fell in this. So it was a sort of Green Death reunion. Oh, but don't touch. Now, I think that's very good, but I do love it in Inferno when Walter Randall touches the green slime, and because it's hot, you get a bit of steam coming off it. But obviously that's a different thing. But Bert, why did you touch it? Especially as look at Di, who's been dyed green. Oh dear. So as soon as he's touched that, you know that Bert is on borrowed time, and that's so sad. But it leads to a contemplation on the death of supporting characters, which I think is quite an important part of this story. Pertwee's so capable, isn't he? He's even looks cool in a jumpsuit with a miner's helmet on. He's a really capable and doughty fellow is the Third Doctor. And look at the lighting down this mine. It's all slightly sort of green and fluorescent. And, the Green Death is industrial slime, which is, a very important part of the story. That it's not, this isn't an alien incursion. This is a man-made. I mean, it could be sort of an episode of Doomwatch, really, but it's in the Doctor Who format, so it's slightly more fantastical. That's so good. Oh, and the fact that he's not a soldier in the line, or a policeman, in the line of duty, or he's a miner who was helping an ordinary. It's Doctor Who is the extraordinary impacting on ordinary lives, and it makes people brave, and it makes people scared, and it's dangerous for people. Poor old Bert with his again, a very simple effect. The glowing green on the fingers is excellent, and this is all quite claustrophobic, isn't it? I mean, these sets are. They have to be able to stand up, and they can't be as dark as perhaps they would. But I think they're a decent attempt, especially when you've got the torch and the headlamp. And I like the fact that Telfer and Thomas shouts a little bit of Welsh as well, just to make it more believable and to make it to make it seem more. It is more authentic that way. But yeah, I think the lighting down here in these caves is magnificent. And the extraordinary smell, it's grim because maggot. I don't know if you've ever come across maggots. They are quite stinky, and I lived out in the countryside, so you would quite often. I remember upturning a tin drum that had something in it, and it was just full, crawling with maggots. It's the sort of thing you just came across in the countryside. especially in the 80s when I was growing up. You don't see them as much. I haven't seen a maggot in a while. I'm not saying it's a time I'm looking back towards. I'm not nostalgic for the time when you could uncover that you could find a rotting corpse of a bird. But this, so this is great. So and what's clever about it, the fact that it's set in the mines. Look, there they are. I mean, that's grim and so great because they're real as well. It's pretty great. But what I like about it is that it's old industry, mining, meeting new industry, chemical, global chemicals. So it's there's something more going on there than just the plot. It's something about the old and the new clashing. Our traditional methods of doing things. This is a brilliant cliffhanger. That's a lovely bit of film, so that's much better than it would have been had they had to do it in the studio. I always think that initial shot of the maggots a bit weird because they don't look particularly mobile. They look like they're just sort of coming down on a that they're immobile and coming down on a sea of green. But these three here, absolutely terrific. And then this close up, where you can see its teeth as well. As far as I'm aware, maggots don't have teeth, but I don't care. Doctor Who's maggots do, and they're great. Quite why the titles are upside down, I've no idea. It's odd that they decided to invert them for this story only, but I wonder if that was an accident or deliberate. For deliberate, I think that's a terrific cliffhanger. I think that shot of that maggot is absolutely magnificent, and might well be my bit of the story. I do like Stevens's sort of forlorn response to Boss's instructions that they must hypnotize Fell. I do like the relationship between those characters. You really do feel that they know each other outside of this adventure, Elgin and Fell and all of that. I buy that relationship. I do like the scrap that the Doctor does and the way that Hinks goes. Gonna have a go. Terrific. I like that. I like sort of Hinks's laid back insolence. I like the clash between new technology and old industry, and that's something that provides more than drama, because that's something that is an argument in all countries, really, about when traditional working methods are replaced by fancy industry of the future. What is the place for humanity? What are the side effects? What are the consequences? That is all big and important within this story, and I love that. That gives you something to think about. That means that the drama exists beyond the dramatic situations that the characters are presented with. I like all of the actors, but I think I'm going to go, and it is the one with the maggots. I mean, that's what this story is called. It's Doctor Who and the Giant Fly. My God, I'm sure we're used to when I first had the books, I just looked at the covers. I'm sure I thought of this for a while as Doctor Who and the Giant Fly until I learnt to read properly. Certainly, Talon's Weng Chiang was Doctor Who and the Giant Rat. We pared it down to the essentials. I'm sure Doctor Who and the Giant Fly, that's just come from some recess. But no, it is the one with the maggots, and I think that those that shot of those three, and then that final close up and the teeth, they're beautifully made. They've got the right texture. They're a very convincing prop. They move very convincingly, and the way that, which doesn't happen in some scenes in this story, the way that they are augmented into everything around them, the way that they fit into everything around them is seamless on this. Even though we're cutting from the Doctor and Joe on videotape to the maggots on film, because of the lighting of the video and because of the way that it's done, it all actually knits together very nicely, and it feels like it's all part of the same sequence. So I'm going to go with those maggots, those three maggots, particularly that final shot and that cliffhanger Now, my friend Rueben Herfindahl from across the pond is going to give me the United States official view of episode 2 of The Green Death, and he is going to choose his favourite thing about episode 2, which is...
So, favorite things out of episode 2. Well, I'm just going to go straight with my favorite things out of the entire series. Michael E. Bryant. What an amazing director. He's... his shots throughout the entire thing, I keep falling back to all the shots with Bessie driving around, even tripping later on into episode 6 with that final shot. The Green Death wouldn't be The Green Death if anyone else had directed it. This is the pinnacle of directing for John Pertwee's era, and God bless him. He's amazing. I had the honor of meeting him a few years ago, and yeah, it just doesn't get any better than this. Amazing.
Oh, I think that's lovely. It's always nice to hear somebody giving a shout out to a director, and Michael is a lovely, lovely guy, and a stalwart director. But how early in his career was this? That's the amazing thing. Colony in Space was his first gig, and this isn't that long afterwards. And he's still, he's still amazing. He's in his 80s now, but he's still sailing. He's, he could be 20 years younger, actually, Michael. And he's a really interesting guy. He's very keen. He's very game. He's very engaging. He'll always reply to an email and is happy to chat. So I'm always very grateful to hear from Michael. And he loves his actors. We talk a lot about actors who he used a lot, like Maurice Perry, who was one of his favourite, who's in Colony in Space, of course. Richard Beale he used a lot, and he does direct this. He's not as gritty. I think I warm particularly to the gritty directors. I think Camfield and Michael Ferguson. This would be very different directed by either of those people, but I think Michael Bryant is the right fit for this, and I think he creates the worlds very beautifully, and I think he makes them all distinct. So you have the world of the Nut Hutch, then you have the world of the miners, and you have the world of the global chemicals in the office. And I also like the way that he sort of seamlessly gets the regulars involved in this new environment that is for this story only. And he works really hard with the I think some of the film work is gorgeous, and he's ambitious with that. And the effects work, it doesn't all work, let's be honest, it doesn't all work. And I think that's what made me step back from The Green Death a bit when I was an angry teenager, is that I thought, well, I can't show this to my friends. But again, it's one of those ones that watching now, when all things become a bit more equal, when I don't care now, I don't give monkeys what anybody else thinks. I know how good this was for its time, but you show anybody now of my age, not just Doctor Who, if you show them the Sandbaggers or the Power Game or even some Dennis Potter plays, they would balk at how it looks, because we've been trained to watch television in different ways and strive for, in inverted commas, realism. It's not realistic, and in 20 years' time we'll look as pony now, because we've got wise to the way the way that we fictionalize everything from sort of speech patterns to the way people talk or whatever. We become wise to it. We become inured to it as viewers, and it looks fictional to us because that's how fiction looks. And so then we strive for it to be done in different ways. That's just the nature of things. And so Doctor Who now, you only have to show not we, as it were, the Caves of Androzani and the Twin Dilemma. We know that they're poles apart in terms of production values and skill, but they look the same. They would look the same to somebody that isn't trained in the art of deciphering brilliance from archive television. So, I'm less touchy about the things that could be seen as the downfall of this, and you either go, well, I accept them for what they are, and what you did at the time, viewers did at the time, they knew that was CSO fringing, and that that was how they, they made things happen in a studio that they couldn't otherwise do, and you got on with it. It's in the same way that when you see somebody get stabbed in a play on stage, you don't see the sword go through that person, and blood and guts spill out on the floor because it's artificial. But you invest in it, and you go with it, and you choose or you don't. And as I've said before on these, you win if you go with it. You don't win if you choose not to. You haven't outwitted anybody. So yeah, I think Michael Bryant does a lovely job, and it's a really ambitious production. What they've decided to do with it, lots of location, underground mines, lots of different styles of location. So hats off to John Burroughs, the designer, who creates lots of different environments. I'm loving this episode, all that stuff in the mines and the lighting down in the mines. Kudos to them for that. But Michael Bryant as director is an excellent choice. But I chose my maggots, and I'm happy to wave my maggots about in front of you, and I'm glad that it causes the cliffhanger to scream. Welcome everybody. It's nearly midnight. I'm on my own, and I'm about to watch Doctor Who. What more could a human being want? A special hello to Stephen Szypanski of Radio Free Skaro, with whom I've just been doing a podcast, not for his podcast, Radio Free Skaro, which you don't need me to introduce you to. It is the doyen of Doctor Who podcasts, and the original, you might say, or certainly the really groundbreaking one. And Stephen is a lovely fellow who I've just been on a Missing Episodes podcast with Tim Burrows and many people who've contributed greatly to helping encourage my output here in the audiosphere. David Gillespie Pratt, whose Twitter feed I urge anybody with an interest in Missing Episodes and TV ephemera to check out, and Oliver Wake, who's helped me immeasurably with aspects of my Quatermass book, and Tim himself, who does the Missing Episodes podcast, which again, I'm sure anybody who listens to my witterings definitely is on Tim's case, listening to his stuff as soon as it comes out. So anyway, we've just been recording something for that, which will be well in the past when you listen to this, if you are not a patron. Whereas if you're in Patronville, it's the reason that this release, Wednesday's release, there's a release on Wednesdays, there isn't Patronville, is a little bit late. And Stephen said when I signed off, Toby's going to go and watch The Green Death now. He's like, he's absolutely right. So because currently in Patronville, I'm sort of recording and releasing. I have nothing banked. Whereas if you are not a subscriber to my Patreon, I will be uploading this with months to go, because as I record this, we are not in RTD2. I've not seen Shutigatwa. I've not seen any of the David Tennant specials. Those 25 missing episodes haven't come back. No, I wish. Well, maybe I'm manifesting them into being, yes, those 25 missing episodes that we didn't even know about when I recorded this in, when are we, September, it is the 20th of September I'm recording this, 2023, so 60 years to the day after the photographs of William Hartnell, Carol Ann Ford, William Russell and Jacqueline Hill on the sets for An Unearthly Child were taken. So Doctor Who was just starting. Rehearsals started tomorrow. But unfortunately, I'm doing The Green Death, which has absolutely nothing to do with any of that. And I'm releasing this for patrons on the same day, or probably after midnight. It's probably the 21st. And to non-patrons, well, it'll probably be about 6 months later. So none of the dates tie in at all. But for when this is actually being recorded, that's what happened. Oh, and it's my friend John Turner's birthday. Happy birthday, John. So there we go. None of that has anything. I basically intended to just come on and say, hi, Stephen Szypanski, I've just literally finished talking to you, and now I'm recording The Green Death like you said I was going to. And instead, I've given you 3.5 minutes of surrounding information that is not relevant to anything that you and I, dear listener, are about to do, or indeed the lovely Rueben Herfindahl did in his introduction. We're going to watch The Green Death. It reminds me a bit, actually, of when I did a commentary for this, because I've done a lot of commentaries on The Green Death. I'm on the Blu-ray. No, I'm on the DVD special edition, which has now since gone on to Blu-ray. But I also did one for Phantom Films for their CD releases that we've done actually quite a few of now, and people seem to like those, which is lovely. And we decided to mix it up with John Levine. I can't remember why, and chose an episode that we hadn't originally said we were going to do. And so we said, let's do that episode. And we did it. And we got to the end and realised that we'd actually chosen an episode that John wasn't in. So we've done commentary on an episode that John Levine hasn't in with John Levine. But as you would imagine, John was not short of things to say, so it was absolutely fine. It might even have been this episode, because I'm not sure John is in this episode. Or do Benton and Yates turn up this week? Well, let's see, shall we? I'm going to watch a comfort blanket too, really. Late Pertwee, lovely unit family. The last sort of hurrah, really, of the unit family, which is about to lose a key member. Roger Delgado has already sadly died, but by the time this is on, I think, were they making this? I think they were probably making this when they found out about the death of Roger Delgado. I may be incorrect on that. I might come back and correct myself in later episodes if I remember. Doesn't matter. I don't have to be entirely correct. This is pure... You listen to these for entertainment value, not facts. If you want facts, go to the BBC. Really. Yeah, I'm joking. I don't know why you listen to these. But anyway, thanks for doing so. But yeah, let's crack on with The Green Death. But actually, before I jump in, I mentioned in the last episode, because we're doing these sort of as live, so Chris Williams, a correspondent on patreon.com/Toby says, love The Green Death. It's in my head, it's the start of the Mike Yates trilogy, including Dinosaurs and Spiders. Very nice. But I'd mentioned the Peter Brooks book cover. And Chris rightly points out, in case anyone doesn't know, the original Target book cover you mentioned is by Peter Brooks, who has been the editorial cartoonist for The Times for over 30 years. This is quite right. He's won Cartoonist of the Year many times over at the Press Awards. He also picked up a CBE for services to media a few years ago. I do like his exciting covers and wish he'd done more of them. I like his exciting covers too, and they do sort of bristle with event. And yes, that's a nice tie that he actually has excelled in his field away from Doctor Who. And somebody should talk to him. I'm too tired. Somebody interview Peter Brooks, though. Go on. Somebody who knows about pens and colour. So, what is your pens? How did you the fly? The end. That would be my questioning. Anyway, but it's a beautiful book cover. It's a wonderful book cover. That giant fly squirting its green death onto Bessie's bonnet is a beautiful, beautiful thing. I'm now doubting that it's the bonnet, but I don't care. Don't write in. The spine of my green death, that green death that I have, is so battered from overuse. Its resale value is probably nil, but its comfort value is incalculable. So let us start watching episode 3 of The Green Death, the one with the maggots. I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1. And and interestingly, I have some feedback also about what I was musing in the last episode about the closing titles being upside down. And I have a text from Peter Crocker telling me all about his theories, and that is on my phone, which is currently somewhere that I cannot see. So on that bombshell, we may return to the upside down closing titles. But here we are. I've got to watch this, and I've got to be aware of what Rueben Herfindahl might choose as his favourite thing. I'm loving this green lighting in the in the mine. I think in terms of being sort of worried about the bad CSO, there's some quite bad CSO. Has always set me on edge in the sort of mine scenes, because I know there's also a few polystyrene squeaks down below in the mines of Wales, but actually the darkness and the lighting in the general sets here is excellent. But look at those; they glisten. They've got, that skin looks real, and those teeth. That teeth. It's a fox's, the corpse of a fox gob, isn't it? Those teeth. Maggots, I'm sure, don't have teeth, but I don't care. Those ones do, and they look magnificent. Yes, it's nice to see that. So now they're going to do a bit that always used to worry me. Because I remember when I got this on video, thinking, there's so many scenes in the book that are so memorable that must look $1 million like Journey to the Center of the Earth, or some of those movies that we were used to watching that had movie budgets. And then, of course, they're VT and CSO and not quite so good. I really feel for. He's the last miner standing, because Di Evans has gone. Bert we don't see again. I don't know the way he says the doctor was most emphatic. But he's. I really buy Talfrin Thomas's concern for his fellow miner there. And I actually rather like the way that. I think a less cosy programme would have made the Brigadier and Cliff Jones, again each other for the whole thing, because, here's a military man. I'm not sure the Brigadier's moustache is quite high enough. I think Nicholas stuck caught his moustache on a little low this week. I've only just noticed that because I'm watching it on quite a big wall today. I think his moustache is a little bit low, I think Nicholas Courtney's moustache, if it grew, would grow a bit higher than that. Anyway, I like the fact that it would have been quite boring, I think, if they'd gone, the Brigadier is military, so he will be, everything he says, Professor Jones will go, that you would say that because you're a man from the military. And the Brigadier would be like, you're a slovenly hippie who doesn't like guns but only likes mud. And it would have been a bit boring. That's a clever use of the big maggot in the foreground. But they've, with the best will in the world, they've worked hard on making that CSO better than it certainly was in my youth. But it's still, it's still hard to take, which is a shame, because the image that it gives, which is of loads of maggots crawling around in green stuff in a mine, is magnificent. What a beautiful idea. I like John Rolfe's performance in this, and John Rolfe, as I mentioned last week, as Fell, was in Richard III. He played Catesby with Edward Woodward, and my brother Patrick playing the elder of the princes in the Tower. And we asked, and John Rolfe is also the captain in the War Machines, and he's Sam in the Moonbase, but he didn't list Doctor Who in his credits in the programme for Richard III. So it was only a while later that I discovered this and was excited, because my brothers worked with him. But anyway, we invited him to be on the commentary for the Moonbase, and he politely but pithily declined. But then because one of the things I do is I get picture frames signed for charity that to then auction off at the commentaries, and I thought, I'll try and get some people to sign who weren't there. So I sent pictures to Andre Moran, who played Benoit, and he sent them back, signed on the back, but very beautifully put a funny note on each one. And for some reason I'd send him pictures because I didn't trust the frames to the post with him, because I don't know. Whereas my instinct with John Rolfe was, he worked with my brother, he'll be lovely. So I sent him the picture frames to sign and said, we auction them off for charity. All I have to do is sign them, and here's a stamped addressed envelope, blah, 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 blah. And he sent them back unsigned. So he didn't keep them. They didn't get lost in the post or anything like that. But he obviously went, So I know some people think, they're going to auction these off eBay and make money out of me, and I'm not getting paid or whatever. I don't know his reason. But anyway, he was kind enough to return them, but he didn't sign them. and he didn't include a note or a letter. And I'd actually said, "Oh, when you were in Richard III with my brother," and blah 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 blah. So so I thought that might be a connection, but for whatever reason, and I know sort of autograph hunters who said he signed stuff for them but never replied to letters or anything like that. So interesting how different people respond, and then you write to some people you think they're far too grand to reply, and they send you a lovely chatty letter or whatever. So you just never know. I like this. Are you threatening me, Mr. Stevens? I think perhaps I am. Counselling a little prudence is a lovely line as well. So I do like I do like boardroom yelling. I don't know why. It's very much my cup of tea. And of course, this is lovely because he phones the Minister of Ecology, who is, well, we will see shortly. And I was keeping an eye on the Brigadier's moustache there as well, although that might be a different session. This is, I think, where we get a slightly squeaky polystyrene egg. Again, the sort of thing that you say. Well, actually, a squeaky bit of polystyrene sets my teeth on edge at the best of time. Not just the wall wobbled a bit there as well. There aren't many wobbly sets in Doctor Who, but that bit of mine, shall we say, was not massively secure. No, you still get the squeak. I wondered if maybe Mark Ayres had erased that, but that was a very squeaky polystyrene mine wall. And that's quite a horrible. That noise is pretty fingernails on a blackboard at the best of times. But if you're a kid who's worried that Doctor Who is slightly shabby, that's kryptonite. Obviously, made of polystyrene. I remember liking Elgin in the book very much because he's the sort of hero character, and of course one of the first facts I learnt about this story is that Tony Adams, famous for Crossroads, recently wonderfully characterised in Nolly, Russell T Davies's series about Noel Gordon, the famous matriarch of Crossroads, and Tony Adams was a good friend of hers. He didn't do the commentary that we did for the Green Death. We thought we were going to get everyone. We thought we were going to get him, Roy Evans. It was going to be a really busy one, and it ended up, I think, was it Colin Mapson, Richard Franklin, and Nancy, Mitzi McKenzie, because Rolf wouldn't do it, and Tony Adams, I think, wouldn't do it because it was on a Sunday. I think, which was I don't know. I don't know if he's religious, or I don't know if he just couldn't be asked. But anyway, I like his performance. I like his character. I like that we have the sort of the man with a conscience within, and I totally buy that he knows John Rolfe's character. Here is the Minister for Ecology, over the shoulder shot of Jeremy the Prime Minister, because we can't see the Prime Minister, of course, but the suggestion might be that it's Jeremy Thorpe. History took that in a different direction. But the Minister of Ecology is Richard Beale, Bat Masterson in The Gunfighters, the voice of the Refusions in the Ark, the propaganda voice in the Macra Terror, none of which were directed by Michael Bryant, but Michael Bryant was a great friend of Richard's because Michael Bryant likes anybody who likes the sea, and Richard Beale was still going out in his motorboat in his early 90s. Wonderful voice he has, Richard Beale, very deep voice. And he's very good in this, but Michael used him all the time. And I think, this is a very small part for him to be playing. But I think Richard was one of those actors who, would do parts big or small and has some great roles in Michael Bryant stuff. I like that swift kick up the backside. Would you care to administer it? I think that's a lovely line. There's some witty bits of dialogue in the sort of alpha male badinage that you get here. That's it's besuited alpha male. The masculinity is parlayed in a proper speak. But I like it. It's all rather fun. So that's it for Richard Beale, but I'm sure I talked about him a lot on The Gunfighters. He had quite a sort of terse and downbeat sense of humour. Wrote a book about his time in the Navy, which I have, called One Man's War. And was still acting into his 90s, and would have loved to have done a proper interview with him. But and he declined very nicely, saying, "You should interview me. I've been in everything." But I said, and what I'd do is I'd put it out on the internet. I will have absolutely nothing to do with the internet because of identity theft and all of that sort of thing. So he'd obviously got his bee in his bonnet about the internet. But he used to ring up Any Answers. There's episodes of Any Answers where he rings up. He was a correspondent, and he was interested in stuff. And as I say, he was quite pugnacious. And I've always liked him as an actor, so I was really pleased that I got to meet him when we did the Gunfighters commentary, and he was very jolly. Whereas I've never got to meet John Rolfe, sadly. He passed away a couple of years ago, but he was obviously less... not that he didn't trust the internet, he just didn't seem... Either he was not interested, or he hated the idea, or as I say, it wasn't just me that approached him, because we approached him for the DVDs too. But anyway, we never got him. A shame, because I mentioned it to my brother, and he said, "Oh, it was fine, it was really nice." You never know people's reasons. I actually think he does a really good job here. I like the readiness in his voice too. But I like the way he does the taken over acting, where he's slightly robotic, but it's not hokey zombified stuff. It's and then when he does the sort of "I have a headache" and all of that, and the way he tries to be formal with Elgin, it's like the sort of the computer that's taken over his mind, saying, "This is how you talk to somebody when you're trying to be formal with them," but it comes across as not quite human. I think it's really nicely judged and really nicely played, and you can see in what he's doing here the conflict within the guy who's his mate, and also the fact that he's his actions might harm another human being. I think he does all that really, really well. So I'm sad that he didn't sign my things, and that he can't have been annoyed, can he? Because he actually bothered to send them back. Or maybe that's just because he realised that because they did have other people's signatures on, that it would have been a bit mean not to have done. But anyway, he didn't sign. I'm sad about that. My brother's got his autograph because he signed my brother's Richard III poster, and I haven't. There we go. I like that. Here's one of the rare occasions of smoking in Doctor Who. That always made me feel very grown up. I am a reformed smoker now. I wasn't a smoker when I was younger. I was quite a late start because my mum smoked, so I never thought it was cool. But then I started at university, and then when I do everything, I did too much. I did. I was a bit of an anorak. Whereas most people smoke now and again, I chain smoked, and now as I record this, I'm nearly 14 years free of them. But the hangover from that is that I always felt I was desperate for Doctor Who to be grown up. So if people were smoking, it always felt like Doctor Who's growing up. And of course, it happens surprisingly little. Well, I suppose no, because it's a kids' programme. But considering if you watch other television of the time, everybody's got a fag all the time. I remember watching The Tomorrow People, which I came quite late to. I read about it, but I know, and a friend lent me the box set, and one of the plot of one of them, or a plot development of one of them, hangs on the fact that Ginger, who's the Hell's Angel friend of theirs, has nipped out to get some fags. I love the way he says, "I have a headache." And that these two guys know exactly what to do. And I also like the way that Ben Howard is sitting on Jerome Willis's desk, and I quite like the relationship that Hinks and Stevens have. It's all little bits that have been worked out by the actors that just make it seem like this is part of a world that has existed prior to this. And of course now we have this thing, don't we, where I think Boss is going to decide that he's reached the end. And there was always I'm sure there was I remember there being an interview with either Dudley Simpson or Michael Bryant or both, where I'd been led to the impression that you saw Fell jump and that Dudley Simpson had added a sort of musical sting to take the sting out of, the suicidal act, which is quite strong stuff for a kids program. So I was quite surprised when I saw this sequence where actually, you see him go over the side, but that's it. The rest is left to our imagination. And I thought maybe that had been a cut or something like that, but it was just been I'd put two and two together from the interviews that I'd read to make a metaphor I can't see through. But to make I'd assumed that from the pieces I'd put together that you'd see the fall, which you do in, of course, many other Doctor Who's. They, slap a bald wig on Roy Scammell and, cut to film and off he goes. But they don't do it like that. But this is pretty grim stuff. Now, this isn't quite a Bellboy or a Maximilian style, because it's, computer-influenced suicide. But suicide... I love the way it goes totally silent as well. That's a really nice touch. That's, it's when it's shut off, we just suddenly have that moment. Unfortunately, because this is continuous recording, in taking his headphones off, it does give him sort of slightly Professor Kettlewell, batty scientist hair, because if you're a balding man with hair to the sides, as indeed I am, you are prone to that slightly sort of owl-like owl ears thing if your hair sticks up on the side. Which he's obviously smoothed down here because this is slightly different. And I love the way he does that as well. Is the way he's just staring ahead of him when he puts his legs over the edge. And I think one of the reasons he's got his hand over his head is because that's unlikely to be John Rolfe, because they won't have got him on film just for that. So he's disguising himself. So you do actually see it from the outside, but you don't see the fall. And of course, you are a sentimentalist, and this is really nice that it's already sort of showing that Stevens, for all his sort of treatment of the Brigadier, he's got his own internal conflict going on, and I really enjoy the different layers of that, because it means there's something, even though some of this, we're back and forth a lot to those boardrooms and with those characters, there are different layers and nuances to the relationships between the different bad guys, which is, which I think helps to make that wine's a horrible colour. Now, often in a show, you'd look at wine that colour and go, oh, that's just that, that's crap prop buying, or that's somebody's mixed the Ribena badly. That doesn't look like any Merlot I've ever seen, but that does look like some damson wine that I'm a country boy. My mum and indeed friends of ours would often proffer, homemade wine that would indeed be that colour and would indeed taste like, petrol that's had a rose leaf dipped in it. But so I actually think, I'm not sure it's deliberate that they've done that, but I think that the not very deep and rich wine colour is pretty accurate. Now, I did know something about some of these people, some of these extras in the Nut Hutch, and I can't remember now. I think one of them's gone on to do a thing, or knows a friend of mine. I think it might be that one, but the one standing on our head. But I can't remember now. See, this is what you tune in for. I know a fact about one of these people, and I can't remember what the fact is. This is the stuff. This is worth £3 a month on Patreon. Now, I think this does interest me. The idea of is that I'm vegetarian, but I'm not a crusading one. It's very much a personal choice, and I have been since I was 11, so for quite a long time. But what does interest me is why we find it acceptable to eat one dead thing and not another. Why is it okay to eat the leg of a cow? I have no problem with anyone eating the leg of a cow, and found it very tasty in the past. But why do we find that okay and not a locust, say? And it's to do with the aesthetic of insects and things. But it's funny how we evolved to think one is palatable, one isn't, when actually the protein value, as he explains in that rather educationally, is is very high. So why have we evolved to be squeamish about things that would actually help us and would help our ecology and would help our, our own internal biology? That's really interesting. I think this is lovely, the way that they're having a nice time, and they've created this lovely vibe in the nut touch. And again, I like the fact that the Brigadier's fitting in there nicely. And then when the doctor comes in and announces that Bert has died, it's a real moment. You really feel it. And I like the way that Ben Howard is totally underplaying Hinks throughout this. He's not really holding much eye contact or stuff. He's really sort of poking the performance in under the radar, which I rather like, especially for that sort of heavy sort of character. Lighting in here is very good as well, because of course it's at night time. Nighttime helps with the atmosphere. Love that log fire. I mean, that's how I would have watched a lot of Doctor Who, in the is in our cold house in the countryside in front of a log fire. So a log fire always reminds me a bit of Doctor Who, and that sort of too warm glow on one cheek and slightly chilly on the other side. Used to get chilblains like nobody's business. Don't get chilblains anymore. I think they've probably been outlawed by Europe. No, but that's funny. It's a thing I always used to have as a kid, was chilblains. Now, I've seen this scene written up as being naff. It utterly chimes with my worldview, and maybe, as the person that likes to interview an actor who only had 2 lines because it's a conduit to Doctor Who, and it's a point of view we'll never get. And I love the fact that I've met and encountered all of these people, and I totally chime with Professor Jones's, nearly proper kiss there in Doctor Who, and that's of course totally believable. That's lovely. I love the way that they do that. Yeah, it really does help that these two are, had a relationship at the time. I think you really, really buy it, and I think it's quite tenderly done. But Professor Jones's reassurance to Joe that it's okay to be sad because, as he says, in the whole history of the world, there will never be another Bert, and it's the same with all those, people that I've had the pleasure of interviewing. They and anybody you meet, which is why I always try and be nice to everybody, and why I always try and anybody I encounter, treat with respect, and even let off if they do something awful. It's because they might be having a bad day, or because we all have a universe of our own terrorist faces, because everybody is just trying to get through life the way they see fit. And but also, everybody is unique, and that's rather special. And that is tragic. Poor Doctor Who. He's basically gone, look at my big blue oh God, Toby, come on. And she's gone, yeah, lovely, nice for you. It throbs. No, let's stop doing that now. But that's quite funny, and I like the fact that he's so childish that he takes Professor Jones away as well. But it is rather sad. Pertwee straddles there, the humorous and the serious. It's desperately sad that Jo has basically gone. She's basically scrolling through her Twitter while he's saying, "I've got this magic stone," and she's like, "Yeah, it's all right, love." Now that's quite a nice effect, although you can slightly see the shadow of the rod puppet. But no, that's okay. That's okay. Again, I think it's slightly better than it was on original broadcast, but it is a bit CSO-tastic. I remember this, my friend Raza, who I was at university with, who's now a very famous actor, Raza Jeffrey. I remember being a bit disappointed with Raza because he said, "Oh yeah, I saw that and it was a bit crap." And I like the POV of Joe. That's quite exciting. Oh, and I've just unfortunately didn't press the button in time to stop because I like reading the credits and I like seeing what order they're in. But I was literally I did press the button, but it stopped. So unfortunately, we don't have the music to accompany the end of this episode. I must remember that. But yeah, that's a good cliffhanger. The old POV of the maggot. But of course, don't want to spoil it. But I'm going to. We've already had the setting up that Hinks is going to go and nick the thing back. So his timely intervention, not very timely for him, but we'll save Joe next week. So that's pretty much the last we've had of Ben Howard as well, who I think is lovely as Hinks, and he's a character that gets loads more in the book, because I think Malcolm Hulke suggests he's a bit. He has, his slight learning difficulties, and he's into comics and cartoons, and he's a bit of a sort of a slightly more simplistic individual than we get on screen. And that's an interesting, again, it's just a way of Malcolm Hulke lets us into the mind of that character rather well in the book. And there's an illustration of him as well in the book, isn't there, where he it looks like he's holding a miniature doctor in his hand, I think, because of the perspective on it. I seem to recall. God, it's so long since I've flicked through that book. I might go and smell it later, because I know exactly where it is. Well, I've got my Target books upstairs. I think I might also have, because I think I got it from the school library and was able to keep it. I think I've got the reprint of The Green Death as well, which just has the a very different looking fly, and me thinking, but hang on, that's not the fly from the episode, because that's on the original cover. Of course, the actual fly in the episode looks like neither of them. It's actually closer to the one on the second cover, which is, I think, by John Geary. But it was when they had a few of those, didn't they? They had a Sea Devils that came out with a slightly different cover as well, that I always think of as imposters. Even though they have their own nostalgia to them now as well. So my favourite thing about episode 2, well, I'm still impressed with the lighting. I think that's marvellous. I do like some of the dialogue. They, administer the swift kick up the backside, and are you threatening me? Yes, I think I am. I love the way that John Rolfe says, I have a headache, and the silence that accompanies the order for him to jump. I really like his possessed acting and the way that all of that is done, which can sometimes, it's stuff that could seem clunky and a bit embarrassing, and I think he judges it really nicely. But for me, I'm afraid it has to be, as I say, a bit that some people think is a bit naff, but it really struck me as something that spoke to sort of the way that I view things. I remember when I watched it first, and so I'm always quite happy to see it again, and it still does chime with me that Professor Jones's assertion that it's the reason it's sad that Bert has died, which is why I sometimes get a bit cross with Doctor Who when, say, non-speaking characters die and people don't really acknowledge it because they're extras in a show, and TV often does it where, if a regular dies, it's a tragedy, but if a supporting character dies, it's not so sad. And you go, but in real life, you don't watch somebody die and go, oh yeah, but actually they're not a regular in my series, so this is slightly less harrowing. Do you know what I mean? Whereas I think the weight that it gives to the death of a guy who's not even in this episode, we last saw him in episode 2. Roy Evans is not in episode 3, but the way that he gets that announcement and it sort of kiboshes dinner, and then that we spend a little bit of time with, and instead of going, never mind that now, as has been said in some episodes of Doctor Who, when somebody goes, but somebody's dead, never mind that now, and you go, really, that's a bit harsh, to actually go, no, it's okay to be sad about that, and here is for why. I love it. So if people think that's naff and I'm naff for liking it, yeah, okay, don't care. I don't mind being a bit sentimental. I don't mind that kind of dwelling on the sentiment of a minor character. I don't think it holds up the adventure at all. There's enough in that episode that I think that little moment is earned and actually is a respite from from the action in the mines, and then the boardroom stuff between the Brigadier and Stevens, and then the sort of dramatic, suspicious stuff going on at Global Chemicals, to have that moment. And actually, I love all of that stuff. It didn't interest me as much when I was younger, but actually the whole setting up of the Nut Touch, and that feels like a place in a community that has a different feel and texture to the other places in the story, just makes the whole thing sort of breathe and a little bit more real. And of course, it's still relevant today. What they're doing is still very much I mean, as I record this, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has just dialed back on a lot of green initiatives. So I'm going to have to give back 3 of my 7 bins. I haven't got 7 bins, but I wonder if when this goes out in a few months' time on iTunes, whether people will still be referring to Rishi Sunak as Rishi 7 Bins Sunak, because that's what he is right now. But before we get this episode into one of the bins, let's see what Rueben Herfindahl is going to choose as his favourite thing of episode 3 of The Green Death.
I have a really simple one for this. It's the maggots. It's the quintessential Doctor Who enemy after the Daleks, the Cybermen, the Centaurans. But you bring up 70s Doctor Who to anyone, and they're going to remember the maggots. They're brilliant.
Well, Ruben, you're right. It is the one with the maggots, and they are excellent, but I'd kind of chosen them last week, but I did specify that it was the cliffhanger as well. Do I get a point for that? Yeah, I don't know. You decide. I mean, it doesn't. Should I have more of a sense of competition about myself? Should I go, yeah, I deserve a point for that? Because the rules are, if I choose one in episode 2 and it's chosen in episode 6, I still get a point for it. But then, of course, whatever I chose for episode 6, I don't get a point for. So it comes with a compromise in terms of my tally. But do I get my point for the maggots? I suppose I might do, but that still leaves me 2-1 down. So, look, I'll let you decide. If any of you care. But yeah, I mean, they're absolutely a great choice. And of course, they're realised in lots of different ways, which, is always a tricky one, because it's a sort of sensible way of doing it. Well, if we can do it in long shot better with real maggots, and on film with the condom, but then in the close up we need the puppets. But a bit like with the Slitheen, they realised early on with New Doctor Who, don't do it in one scene as CGI and then do it as in another scene as somebody in a suit, because the disparity between the two will be profound. And I think there is an element of that with the maggots, but that works slightly better, I think, in classic Who than in New Who, because New Who, like all new television, sort of needs, uniformity is part of, which is why you have the same director of photography, the same incidental musician. It still has to look to a sort of passing punter as easily identifiable as Doctor Who. So therefore there needs to be consistency within an episode. Whereas in old Doctor Who, you'd go, well, yeah, if we're doing that on film, we might need to make that out of that. But if we're doing it on the videotape, we might need to make it out of that. And they've clearly done that with the maggots, where they've achieved them in 4 or 5 different ways, depending on what is required of that particular scene or that particular setting or whatever. And I think that's rather fun, because as a viewer, you're sort of going, oh yeah, okay, well, I can see why they've done that, and I don't know. I just think you get away with that a little bit more in classic Who, because I think as a viewer you are in on the secret. Nobody's trying to necessarily say this is real. They're asking you to accept that this is the best way that we can of presenting this, and please go along with it. And you go, oh yeah, okay, I can see what you've done there, and now I'm yeah, and you've carried that off successfully or not, and okay, I'll go with it. I don't know if I've just made that up, but it feels to me that that doing it in different ways, I think, is more in keeping with the way that old television was made than the new television is made. And that's not to judge one in relation to the other. I can absolutely see why you wouldn't want to do it now, but I can also absolutely enjoy that they did do it then, and that's okay in both elements. So the one with the maggots, but the maggots done in lots and lots of different ways. Anyway, that's going to be that for this one. I'm now going to go and put this episode together and put it out for the patrons, but this will all be a distant memory when it goes out to you iTunes, Podbean and Spotify people, but I wish you equally well. And anyway, I will stop rabbiting on, because I don't want to give you a headache. What's the colour of death? Don't tell me that you think it's red. Me, I know it's green. Well, there we go. This is, and actually, that does apply to money, which the song was about as well. So listen, here we are. It's episode 4 of The Green Death. What does it say on BritBox? Unit Cliff and Joe work to find a way to destroy the green maggots. The Doctor, having infiltrated Global Chemicals to investigate further, makes his way to a computer room. There, the computer... I'm not going to read any further because I would have to press a button, and I don't want to do that. And it feels like it's going to give away the end of the episode, if my memory serves correctly. Now, excuse the yawn. I've had a long week or so. It's been over a week since I saw part 3, so I'm going to try not to repeat myself. But we are in classic 70s, certainly classic Third Doctor mode here. The unit family are all about to come together because we're about to meet Mike Yates and Sergeant Benton, who've thus far not been in the story, for a last hurrah of the unit family, which has already lost Roger Delgado, who played the Master. So let's see what The Green Death Part 4 has to offer. And my guest Rueben Herfindahl will give the American perspective and his own unique perspective on his favourite thing at the end of the episode. So here we go. Part 4 of The Green Death, engaging the positive, and we will watch from the beginning in 3, 2, 1. So this... I had this in not bad quality. My bootleg version of this was one of those ones I got from a shop called The Place in Wolverhampton, where I'd go with 2 VHSs and I'd return a few weeks later and get one back full of episodes. And the Pertwees were from Australia and were pretty much first generation or off air. I don't know if he'd had them taped off air and then sent over because they had the same. They had VHS as well, didn't they? So I had very good quality copy of The Green Death. I've never had to watch it, through fuggy phosphorescence. It's I like the glow of the fire on Joe there. That very much reminds me of, because I lived in an old house in the middle of the countryside, and it's too expensive to heat with central heating and stuff. We had log fires that we crowded around. So this very much reminds me, what Joe is doing now is very much how I experience these episodes. That maggot looks not too bad. It's slightly glowing, slightly whiter, isn't it? Because it's in a different light as usual. Hinks squashed his nose against the glass there. So he's got no lines, having looked like he's going to be quite an interesting character, and having a little bit more sort of laid back charisma than your average sort of henchman. I always think he looks like he's got cotton wool in his cheeks there. I don't know if that's just something peculiar to him, but yeah, in the book he's a sort of, he's a comic book reading, slightly sort of. Is the suggestion that he has learning difficulties? I think so. He's certainly. There's that kind of suggestion about him. But I got it such a long time since I read any of those. I do remember Boss sort of being, one world, one something, one boss. He's a bit. It's all a bit fascistic. And yeah. Oh, there's Nancy Mitzi Mackenzie, who is one of the few people who have been in Doctor Who under 2 different names, because she is Mitzi Webster in Colony in Space. Same person has changed her surname, because normally actors, whether they get married or divorced or whatever, tend to sort of keep their same name professionally. But no, Mitzi Webster, Mitzi Mackenzie. There are a few others. Simon Day and Simon Paisley Day are the same people. Did he just say, "Come on, Dix"? I think he did, yeah. There's a Dix and a Betts, isn't there? So that's quite nice. I suppose you could sort of say perhaps the era is getting a little self-indulgent now, but that's okay. I like, yes. Oh, it's lovely. It's the grumpy milkman again. I like that. An educated man, you see. Good eyes, haven't I? Yeah. Yes, I do like the milkman. I think he's a really good character. I really like the milkman. I wonder if he might end up actually being my favourite thing. It's a very small part, doesn't even have a name, but he's got attitude. He's funny, and he's a bit sort of surly. I quite like grumpy characters in Doctor Who. It sort of cuts through the sort of ludicrousness in a way, to have somebody that's just a bloke doing his job and being really pissed off with just the mundanity of life. I like that. It's a good counterpoint to all the sort of all the highfalutin stuff and all the science. I like the way this scene started, shot through all the apparatus as well. That's another sort of trademark of this story that I not really picked up on before, but watching it this time, I've noticed Michael Bryant's done that a few times. He's very blue. Terence Dicks's assertion that John Pertwee got more bouffant is, as his era went by, is quite true. He also went slightly sort of bluer, purplier, slightly more sort of flamboyant. His color scheme got a bit more dandified, I would say. He always had the velvet jackets, didn't he? But there seems to be something a bit more sort of startling about bluey purple. The rust-coloured one I see as less camp. I don't know. It's a gradation, isn't it, of how camp is your velvet jacket and your frilly shirt. But it seems to me it does get a bit less gritty. Although this velvet, is that a different one than he was wearing before? Because it's sort of darker with a slightly red piping. I rather like that one. I do like a scientific charlatan. I do like Jerome Willis. I think he's excellent. More calumnies, more lies. He's got some good dialogue flying about here. And what you need of a villain like this is to be playing it, totally like it's not children's tea time science fiction, but like it's, a 9 o'clock political thriller. And I love all of this idea that, government has, big business has government in its pocket. There's nice sort of conspiracy theory stuff there that I really like. And I always sort of forget when the man and the ministry is announced. Even though I've seen this, there's two moments in this story that always slightly, surprise me when I watch them. One is that there's this bit with Mike, and it's another bit with Mike later on, where you think you're about to meet another sort of a new major character. That's a good shot, the high angle and the Brigadier coming into it. That Mike is undercover, and I like that I like the attempts to use, because Mike and Benton, who are there so often for just extra dialogue purposes, or to do fairly humdrum stuff. They don't tend to have an awful lot of agency. I like the fact that they've given Mike his own sort of storyline in this, which is really good. I actually think Mike Yates's development is something that's appreciated in the way that we consider Doctor Who, because he goes through a definite journey that sort of starts here, where he gets the sort of undercover stuff, and then he has this is really nice juxtaposition too between the Pertwee, who's being excellent in the office scenes, sort of saying, you got to not blow up the mine, and the countdown and the Brigadier and Benton doing it, and an excellent model shot there as well. That's a really effective sequence. So does he say something like it's all rather academic now? Yes, it did. The point is to become academic, it would seem. Yeah, very good. And of course this is lovely, because the Doctor has to sort of chastise Mike without giving away that he knows Mike. But Pertwee, in his look there, is kind of going, "Oh, pal, you've really screwed us up there, mate." There's a nice levels to that exchange and that interaction and that dynamic. I like that. you'll be received with considerably less courtesy. It's very good. That lovely sort of so civilized threat. I like his little badge, his little pin badge as well, which suggests he's a member of some sort of secret order. But yeah, it's good to see Mike, being passing himself off as a member of the ministerial class, and it's nice to have him doing a bit of spying. Boss is interesting. I remember in that John Pertwee special of Doctor Who magazine, I think it said that Boss is tedious, but this is a children's tea time program, and a talking computer that sounds like a sort of Shakespearean actor has called his human minion a little Nietzschean, which I think is rather delightful. Only in Doctor Who, and megalomaniac computers are a kind of cliche, aren't they? But they don't appear in Doctor Who that much, to the extent that obviously this one, saying, "Oh, it's I'm the computer" is the cliffhanger, which I think is a slightly odd cliffhanger, because we haven't but this is the incidental music is sort of suggesting, is building to a sort of crescendo there, and I love the way that Stevens sort of responds with a sort of tired tolerance and a slight resignation to the fact that his boss is slightly barking. But because I probably won't be able to talk about it that much when we get to it. Well, actually, I like the fact that the Brigadier is obeying orders and doing as he's told there, but he's also done the thing of going, but I know the Doctor will probably be annoyed with this, and I'm not entirely sure that I'm doing the right thing myself, so I'll send a spy in to keep us ahead, whilst also obeying orders. That's a canny use of the Brigadier as well. I love the involvement of Unit in this. They've all got some really nice dynamics, although the Brigadier did do the saying something silly and getting a withering look from the sensible people, which is an element of his the comicking up of the comedy foil nature of the Brigadier. I do like the not very good cleaner. Jean Burgess, she was called. I like that. I like the creepy crawly green maggots. And we also have, is this Roger Knott coming here? Roger Knott, who's an actor who's just died, who is, I think this is going to be Roger Knott. Yeah, who is the guy who dies, but he's not credited in this. He's the guy who dies by embolism in The Twin Dilemma, and he's also one of the first to cross from Classic Who into New Who, even though it wasn't quite official, because he's a Welsh actor. He was in Attack of the Grask. So, and I only discovered sort of when he died, I think, because I think on the paperwork or on the lists I had, he was credited without the K, Roger Knott, as in Tyre Knott, double T though. I don't think the K was there on the paperwork I had, so it was only doing a bit of cross referencing. And I think and Ben Jolly helped with it as well, who's a actor spotter extraordinaire, that we worked out that Roger Knott had actually been I think Ben put in the query to me saying he thought he might have been, and I then looked into it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. That Roger Knott had also been an extra in the Green Death. He's he's a non-speaking actor. And of course, this is where we lose Elgin, and I loved Elgin in the book. And of course, Elgin continues to have a role in the book that he is denied by the illness of Tony Adams. So his character kind of disappears, and it's a shame because he's a good character and we like him, and he's brave enough to stand up to Stevens. And he's the man with the conscience inside, which is good because it would be a bit of a cliche if all the sort of business types were just contextless bad guys. And in fact, I like all the sort of and Stevens is sort of slightly sympathetic in that sense as well. He sort of thinks he's doing the right thing. Nobody's sort of reveling in their evil, apart from Boss, but we'll get to him. But yes, what I was saying about Boss, of course, is that, the cliffhanger is he says, yes, indeed, Doctor, I am the computer. And you go, but what? Have we taken it for granted that every big industry has a computer? It's an odd cliffhanger. It strikes a slightly false note of import, I think, because I don't think anybody would be thinking, I wonder what the company's computer is up to, and and even also that thing representing the voice of Boss, the modulation indicator. I think the program thinks that we're all thinking, and that's obviously a person. Now it's difficult for me because, of course, I've always known that Boss is the computer. But are we supposed to think that Stevens is actually talking to a human boss at the end of the telephone, and that the revelation that it's the computer is a big surprise? I like all this maggots footage, by the way. This is a great episode for. We've had the model maggots on the hill, and this guy here is a different actor who has been tracked down to the States, who's had a very good career. He's got a line in this soldier, but I can't remember his name now, but he doesn't get a credit in this. But yeah, so there's a few people in the ranks of UNIT who get no credit, who've gone on to do things. Thick chitinous plates, which John Pertwee says, Doctor Who says, about the bulletproof nature of the maggot skin, which of course led to an anecdote that Barry Letts put in Doctor Who: A Celebration, which I never quite understood, and it was about because I think it should be pronounced chitinous, and he said that, so therefore he relieved a letter saying, "Dear Barry Letts, the reason I am writing is how to say chitin," or something like that, which seems a rather contextless and rather smart-ass response. I would have preferred a letter that said, "Dear Barry Letts, just to let you know, John Pertwee pronounced chitinous incorrectly." But anyway, in episode 4 of The Green Death. But there we go. Who said that smartassery was introduced with internet exchanges? But yes, that's a famous sort of gaffe, if you like, of John Pertwee saying the word incorrectly. But it's a great episode. Ooh, good cup of tea acting. It's a cup of coffee. Shut up. Who cares? I like the way that Mike sort of enjoys sort of double speaking to the Brigadier. I quite like Mike's sort of cheeky, chappy subversiveness. And there's so actually, chitinous is not the only mistake in this episode, because Yates's guard, Brian Justice, who Michael Bryant clearly thinks is good at guard acting, because he's also the guard that the Master tries to hypnotise at the beginning of the Sea Devils, in part 1 of the Sea Devils. Those are only his 2 Doctor Who roles. Don't know anything about Brian Justice. But Yates's guard has a grammatical error in the closing credits. He's YATE''S, and of course he's not called Captain Yate. So there's some pronunciation and grammatical howlers in this episode of Doctor Who. And of course the milkman comes important. We don't have the scene where he sort of, what does he do to the milkman? Does he persuade him? Does he knock him out? I can't see the surly milkman going, "Yeah, all right, boy, you can have my van." So perhaps he kills. Yeah, Doctor Who has killed the grumpy milkman, Terry Walsh. And so there's quite a lot going on in this episode. So we've got some excellent maggot action with the different props, and I love all that stuff of them shooting the maggots and stuff with the unit soldiers. And then you've got, for that all seems quite sort of grown up Doctor Who-y to me. You've now got John Pertwee dicking about, which is fine. And he was supposed to be the man of a thousand voices, wasn't he? He was but they're all quite funny voices, and they're all rather exaggerated and silly. But that's okay. It's interesting for a doctor, for an actor who was very concerned about his sort of elegance and his appearance and looking good, and he's quite a sort of statuesque sort of fellow. He is quite a sort of a sort of hammy turn in the way that he dresses up and plays his different characters and larks about. He loses that sort of sense, that self-importance when he's in a comic guise. It's a very interesting sort of alternative to his usual sort of preoccupations as a performer, where John Pertwee seems to sort of want to look sort of stylish and good when he does the comedy. Even when he's dressed like the bit with Metebelis 3 when he comes back all torn. It's like when Captain Mannering's sort of fallen under the table and he comes back up and his glasses are skewiff and his hat's dicky. He sort of knows how to sacrifice his dignity for comic effect. Pat Gorman alert. And yeah, he's having a good time doing all of this. And he does good moustache sticking on the fingers acting. Oh, he's good, John Pertwee. Because I forget sometimes that he's a comic, but he was a comic. He was a comic actor. And yet he's probably the most serious Doctor to date, really, because, Hartnell was a bit of a laugh. We forget that. I love, by the way, that Jo's klutziness. I think in the book for this, she doesn't say a frilly cap and apron. She says topless, which is very grown up for a Doctor Who book. And, of course, a prediction of what Katie Manning would get up to not that long afterwards in one of those magazines. But there we go. But I do like... I kind of sympathise with Professor Jones here because, in fact, I had a conversation today with my other half and she was talking to me about something and I just disappeared down a rabbit hole because I was doing something else and I didn't listen to a word she was saying and then had to kind of pretend I had. And I do that quite a lot. I do disappear down rabbit holes and get quite sort of focused on stuff. I like this, the nifty manoeuvre that Mike does, but I really like the way that Pertwee gets his attention. I think that's really I think this is quite sort of fun. It's slightly silly, but they do it well enough to kind of make it work. That works. That's fine. It's I think Mike's facepull is slightly annoying, but I do like the way he says, I like your handbag. I think that's quite funny. They've clearly got a lovely rapport, these two, and that works. And John Pertwee looks great in a cleaner's outfit. So I think that's all quite fun. Like Joe's coat as well. That's a great shot as well, because you see Benton's face in the mirror. That's a really good shot. Well done, everybody. I think the location stuff on this looks absolutely terrific. This is a really good incident-packed episode that has time for sort of set pieces too, and I love all the location stuff. It makes it feel really sort of real, which means they can get away with the sort of Doctor Who dressed as a cleaner. And I always like a bit of sort of furtive conspiracy. Oh, we're in the lion's den. In disguise, could be found out at any moment. I like the feel of that in a story always, that because there's always a sense of imminent danger to our good guys. I love that. So this is them working desperately hard, I think, to try and convince us that the boss is just some guy, maybe even the Master or Lupton if you seeing into the future, because it's the same actor. That's a bit silly, but I just don't mind it. But I love the fact that Joe's klutziness is what makes them discover that the mushrooms, the soya, more for one, the corn, is the cure for the Green Death, and that's a nice practical thing. Oh, I think "Gone to Get You a Maggot" has appeared on T-shirts. I think you can get that on somebody's Redbubble. If it's not Clayton Hickman's, it's Stuart Manning's or Andrew Mark Thompson's. One of them. There's all those guys all do lovely sort of Doctor Who related designs that, if you're a fan, you know what they're a reference to, and if you don't, you're none the wiser. So it's a good way of, it's like the love that dare not speak its name. If you've got a T-shirt with nuts in Sidney Newman's handwriting on, it just looks like a T-shirt that says nuts to most people. But to those in the know, it's a secret code that suggests we are part of some underground movement, and only we understand each other. Yeah, I love all of this stuff. Unit felt very grown up to me as a kid. It's a bit cozier now that I'm an adult, and it's obviously a sort of children's and 1970s, I guess, TV version of what the army is actually like. But actually, if it was too hard-edged and was too brutally militaristic, I don't think we'd have the affection for it that we do. So our familiarity and the fact that we like Yates and Benton and the Brigadier comes at the cost of perhaps some believability and some of the hard edge that I think some of us like about Doctor Who when it's comparatively gritty. But I'm much more forgiving and, in fact, much more indulgent and much more welcoming of anything that is sort of cozy about Doctor Who, because Doctor Who is my comfort blanket. And I think I used to sort of resist that because, again, I had an eye on the general public or the casual viewer. But screw them, I there's no such thing as a guilty pleasure. Do you know what I mean? I was talking about this. I've been watching Strictly, which I like, and I cry at the sad bits, and I cheer on the endeavour, and I nearly put on my friend's Facebook, it's a guilty pleasure, and then I thought, actually, sod that. It's not why guilty? What? Because somebody else might not approve. Who do I need to approve of what I enjoy? Look, Yates Guard. And they've done, and for Boss's voice, they've done the apostrophe S. So anyway, let's not get into that. So the coziness of Unit, I do sort of accept now. I question sometimes the acting choices of or strength of occasionally of what some of those of both Richard Franklin and John Levine, but when the characters fire on all cylinders or are written for to their strengths, I think they're a great asset. And as I say, I do like the fact that they are ambitious with Mike Yates, who's there to be the sort of, he's been a bit of sort of slightly soppy potential love interest for Jo, but that never quite develops. And he's there to, say, quick, Brigadier, the monsters are invading, what should we do? Or to provide a little bit of sort of muscle or B-plot action or whatever. But the fact that he's given his own agency here, I think is a great development. And in fact, might be, I can't choose the Surly Milkman as my favourite thing, but he gets an acknowledgement here. Ray Handy, the Surly Milkman, good for him. Jones the Milk, I do like him. I like all those scenes with the maggots. I like the sort of long shots of them, sort of rolling down the hill. I really like the sort of closer shots of them crawling up and being shot at and kapow and all of that. That's meat and drink to young Toby watching in front of the fire, wanting a bit of sort of action-packed Doctor Who. But I think I like the fact that they very cleverly incorporated the mushrooms into the plot, so they act as an actual and a metaphorical defeat to the threat. The ecology wins over big business. The mushroom is the cure for the chemical waste that has been produced by the big business, and Mother Earth, nature has the answer, and is the force for good. I think I love the fact that all of that is there, that there's some ambition there to tell the story on more than one level, even though you sort of go, well, isn't it a coincidence that the professor's work is is the equal and opposite reaction to global chemicals. But that's look, we've got giant maggots, we've got Welsh miners turning green. I think you excuse it because it's thematically sound, and it's it's ideologically ambitious, and it's children's television, pushing the boat out, trying to be imaginative, trying to be forward thinking. Bear in mind, this is however many years ago, and it's something we still as a race haven't quite come to terms with, and is still very much of a hot potato, but was being thought of and put intelligently into storylines by the Doctor Who production team. Well done them. But that's an overarching thing, so I can use that in future episodes. I think the thing for me with this episode is Captain Yates's subterfuge. His Captain Yates as the spy, the espionage, the Mike Yates espionage strand, I think is a good use of a supporting character, who's often unambitiously used. Nice for the actor. As I say, it always slightly surprises me as well, even though I've seen the story gazillions of times. I'm always slightly, and I quite like the fact that he sort of enters and his face is obscured at first, and then it's, oh yeah, it's Mike, and that gives us that lovely exchange with the Doctor, where the Doctor, is sort of telling him off but not be able to acknowledge him. That lovely bit with the Brigadier, where the Brigadier's on the phone but he's got company, so he has to sort of enjoy being slightly, because he's sort of in his position as somebody from the Ministry, he's slightly sort of senior to the Brigadier, so he's posing as somebody that can slightly lord it over the Brigadier, which is rather fun, and he clearly quite enjoys that. And I like the interaction that he has with John Pertwee, and I think there's a clear sort of chemistry and camaraderie there, which means that the bit where he's there with the cleaner, they seem genuinely fond of each other and have a lovely rapport. So I am going to vote for the Mike Yates espionage plot as my thing of episode 4. What is Rueben Herfindahl, my friend, although a friend I've not actually met, but somebody with whom I enjoy communicating and who's been a great supporter of these podcasts from the get-go. What is Reuben going to choose for episode 4 of The Green Death?
I kind of have to go with Cliff Jones. We've never had a companion be married off, which is a trope, happen this well. He really sells it. He comes in. You can see the whole saga of Joe falling in love with him, the whole thing working. Just gotta love it. Brilliant.
Yeah, good choice. I do think Cliff Jones is much better than I expected him to be. I expected him to be the sort of slightly wet, a lot of, and military figures too, a lot of sort of male totty, if you like, in the 70s, who I'd imagine being sort of quite hunky and tough. When I then saw them on the telly, were sort of a bit wet and a bit fey. And Cliff Jones is not. He has the spark. He has the charisma. As I say, I understand that Michael Bryant looked long and hard and couldn't find anyone, and so then it was suggested that Katie Manning's boyfriend be used. And I know Katie and Stuart remained good friends right up until the end of his life, which was relatively recent. Bless him. And I know Katie was extremely fond of him, and he of her. But it's not just the rapport that they have, which I think is great. I think is lovely. He really invests the character, and he wasn't Welsh, or he's certainly putting on an accent, which I think is, to my ears, is good and sound. And he has that. He plays the single-minded, slightly tetchy younger younger who actually very, very well. I think he's much better than I certainly, having started to visit old Who that I'd imagined in my head, and frequently it had sort of come up short in the estimations of what my imagination could do with the stories I'd read and conjured on a cinematic level. But some of the characters, as I say, particularly, I thought Mike Yates would be a tough guy. But all those soldiers, I'm thinking of Jimmy Turner as well, Captain Turner, and you go, oh, hello, I'm very poor, because I hadn't sort of thought of class in the military or anything like that, which is very much, well, it's inherent within the military, but also our depictions of it in, particularly again in shows that are deal in types much more, if you like. So the jolly officers are all very sort of jolly, and and I know that Richard Franklin was in the army, but it seems a different sort of army guy to the sort of army guy I'd imagined. I'd imagined Lewis Collins. You know what I mean? I'd imagined those to be the army types. But so anyway, yeah, he is. He's a Cliff Jones is a good choice, but my reservations about Mike Yates aside, I think this is a really, really good use of him, and I think Richard Franklin does it well, and I think it gives the character gets so many more different and fun things to do in that episode than he gets in some whole stories, and I think generally it plays to Richard Franklin's strengths as well. So we chose different things, but I entirely approve of Reuben's choice. I think Professor Jones was great, and I think Stuart Bevan does a really, really good job. And yes, the marrying off of a companion is done very, very effectively in this story. It's a bit of a sort of cliche, isn't it, that the companion meets somebody and falls in love, and in the course of a story, turns their back completely on their life. You'd say people were mad now. You only met him a couple of weeks ago, and you're leaving your job. You say you're never going to see half of your friends again. But it's television, and you would really be sort of advised against just get to know him. You could perhaps go and visit him in Wales a few times. Keep your job. We'll give you. We'll extend your leave. No, off. That's because he's going up the Amazon, isn't it? He wants to take Joe up the Amazon, and how can a young lady resist? Anyway, it works. I think it's fed very sensitively into the story, but key to that is Stuart Bevan's performance, that I think Reuben was keen to highlight there, and he's absolutely right. Stuart Bevan's performance at Cliff Jones, I think, is far better than I might have had any right to expect based on the sort of stuff that we might have been served up in that role. So well done, the late Stuart Bevan. I met him once. He was a nice chap, and I know Katie is very, very fond of him. And I love the fact that I feel a bit sad that he wasn't put in the Canine story. That's a typical of an actor's life, isn't it? But he was able to come back for Blu-ray trailers. I know Chris and Chris Chapman made a documentary with the pair of them, which was absolutely lovely. So and I know he was very proud, and I think he considered Cliff Jones to be the best part of his whole career, and yet carried on acting. For all that time, he continued to have a decent career. Did loads of adverts. He had a good sort of everyman dad kind of face. So and had a decent career. He's props up in a Blake 7 as well, doesn't he? And a Blake 7 that I'd actually seen as a kid and not realised that was the guy. Anyway, let's not get into that. And he's an important character, even though he's really only a guest character in one 6-part story. His legacy continues on. He's an important character in what he represents in terms of the eco warrior. He's a sort of emblematic of 70s Doctor Who and Barry Letts's preoccupations. He's the character that takes a main character out of the show for good. He also, of course, has that off-screen thing, is that he was Katie Manning's real-life boyfriend as well. And the fact that he does continue to exist in the Whoviverse, even if only in the world of offshoots, because he's in a trailer for a Blu-ray. But such is the madness and magic of Doctor Who that provision is made, creativity is invested, love is poured into what is essentially a plug for a product, but it is turned into a mini adventure that adheres to canon and even recasts actors after 40 years. And you know what? That brings a tear to my eye. The fact I am not remotely cynical about that. A proper bona fide television writer for Doctor Who and other things. Pete McTighe execed and created his own series. Writes trailers for Doctor Who that fit into what we know about the show. that use the actors we know and love, that use some actors as well who've, again, were guest actors for a very short amount of time, and then 40 years later get a call going, were you in Doctor, from their agent go, were you in Doctor Who once? They want you to do a thing, And I watch those trailers, and I quite often, I go to the BFI for the launches of the box sets when I can, and they do bring a slight tear to my eye. They warm my heart, and again, I resist much less the coziness and the pleasure and the comfort that Doctor Who gives me these days, because none of those are bad things. It's comfort viewing. It's jeopardy and adventure and craziness and imagination, but it holds me close when it warms my cockles, and it makes me both happy and sad at the same time. And some would say that a happy Doctor Who fan is a very sad person, and that's fine. But you know what? It does me good, and I like it, and I don't care. So hurrah for that. And unlike Mike Yates, my joy, my love of the comfort that Doctor Who gives me is undercover no more. Well, I hope you enjoyed that, because I did. I really did. With no irony, no arched eyebrow. I just like it, and that's all right. Well, welcome everybody. It's time for episode 5 of The Green Death. And I was musing last time about, the power of the mushroom fungus to destroy green chemical waste, and the death that it bestows. Bestows is the wrong word. I suppose you can bestow death if it's a mercy killing, but the death it infects the Welsh mining community with, like a metaphor for industrial, the commercial destruction of industry. That is, ironically, the colour of the ecology movement. We associate green with good, don't we? If you are a green, you are somebody that is, pro the ecology in the way that nature usually has the answer. But this is a green death. This is most inconvenient. This is the just stop oil of greenery. So I say that as I record this. There seems to be a schism. I myself think persuasion is the best way. I sympathise wholly with the cause of trying to improve the way that we use this world's resources. However, I think annoying people into your way of thinking is a long road, and long roads use more petrol and diesel, and one that ends, I think, with a fork where the person you're trying to persuade, go in different directions. But then again, I'm a whoopsie, and always one for arbitration, and probably end up not, being courageous enough to put my foot down. So who am I to talk? What I do is I drop in observations about television episodes we've all watched many times and hope to make them interesting and have the odd joke. But occasionally I will try to pass comment on an issue of the day and end up being in a bit of an equivocator. But I am definitely sympathetic to the green cause, not only because of Doctor Who and the Green Death, the ecology story, but because the Ecology Party was named the Ecology Party at the suggestion of a Doctor Who actor, John Abineri, who is not in the Green Death, but he is in a few stories' time in Death to the Daleks. Anyway, what am I doing? Yes, well, I was musing on the power of the vegetable, on the power of the mushroom. Well, never mind the mushroom. I am currently nursing a bruised toe because I dropped a potato on it. We get our potatoes from an organic shop, up the road. So they were organic potatoes made of stern stuff. And of course, these things come in paper bags that are worse than useless, but they make you feel like they're brown, so they're wholemeal bags. It's wholemeal paper. It makes you feel like it's good for you. And of course, I picked up the bag, and it was going, I'm not withstanding 4 potatoes. And one of the potatoes landed on my toe, and it seemed somehow managed to get under the toenail. So I was picking bits of sort of skin and dirt. It's a dirty potato. That's what organic means. It means dirty. It means we can't be bothered to wash it. And got right under my toe, but also the force of it bruised my toe. So if you think a mushroom can't cure the Green Death, a potato can certainly smash a toe. And in fact, I had an idea that, should I ever get... should we ever get burgled or something like that, I could put a few potatoes in a sock and do a Ray Winston on Phil Daniels, but not snooker balls, but potatoes. But anyway, it's not to be. Let's crack on. I was going to say, yes, the amount of damage you can do with a potato. I've actually just really hurt my shoulder just because I'd sunk a bit in the sofa and decided to sit up straight in order to, record myself properly, and because, posture is quite important, but also I need to be in a good position and sort of comfortable for the next 25 minutes. And also, I don't want to destroy the sofa cushions because I get into trouble for that if I lean into them too heavily. And I've really hurt my shoulder, so I don't need the force of a potato. It's just my ancient creaking body that doesn't stand up to much. But let's see what episode 5 of The Green Death can stand up to. Can it stand up to the test of time, to scrutiny, and from changing, priorities and attitudes in the political and landscape and, the interests of storytellers? I think it's still quite relevant. And it's been standing up well so far. And it also has that wonderful cosy nostalgia that I'm learning to love about Doctor Who, perhaps more than I ever have before, when I've always had an eye on it impressing strangers and being hard and tough, when actually there's nothing to be ashamed of, that I find something comforting and enjoyable. Comforting and enjoyable as marauding, mutated maggots produced by grasping, avaricious capitalists can be. Okay, let us go and watch episode 5 of The Green Death in 3, 2, 1. It's solid, isn't it? This music and this title sequence. I know I sort of have to allude to it every time, and it's lovely how the quality is. I love the fact that you can see every sort of wrinkle on Pertwee's face, and just the colours. It's just simple and yet really effective. And I think more effective because it's abstract. But I've said that a lot. So we're going to have to get used to some of these scenes between Benton and the Brigadier not being external and on film, but being in the studio. Which is an interesting mix. It's a bit like the Slitheen, isn't it, in Aliens of London, World War III, where Russell T Davies said one of the first lessons they learned was not to have a monster done 2 ways, not to mix a suit with CGI, because obviously the CGI Slitheen move like athletes and the suited ones move like wobbly rubber beasts, and one draws attention to the other. And I would say that that's sort of the case here with the Brigadier and Benton, is that because these scenes here on film suddenly relocate to the studio later on, it does draw attention to the fact that you're missing what you get here, which is the wind in their hair and the genuine sort of feel of the film and the browns and everything like that. But I'd long thought of this as a mistake. In fact, I'm sure when it was first written up, it was they ran out of time on film and these scenes had to be mounted in the studio. And it was Richard Bignell, font of all Doctor Who wisdom and knowledge, who pointed out to me that no, actually, it had always been planned that way. You establish that they're outside in your limited filming days, and then you hope that the audience will do the work with you and go, okay, they're in the same place, but they're doing it like that now. I mean, you couldn't do that these days. It would be I mean, you couldn't have. I mean, I can still spot green screen, but I mean, I think even could even my mum spot green screen of that kind? I think she probably could. Oh, I don't know, but it was blue screen or yellow screen in those days, but CSO, let's call it for those days. But you know, you couldn't get away with it now. As I say, I can still. I don't know. Can you do it? I'm quite good, I think, at spotting when something's been green screened. I'm also pretty good at spotting a bit of ADR when a line's been added, even within a scene or changed. I think I have an eye and ear for that sort of thing, which is I'm not parading a skill here. I think it's just from watching lots of television and being attuned to sort of how it works and interested in that side of things. It doesn't help, sadly, because obviously the best way to enjoy television is to be actually consumed with the story that you're being told, and the truth of the acting, and the truth of the writing, and the truth of the character. It's almost peeking behind the curtain has its advantages. You get the extra joy of going, oh, I've worked out how that was done, or you know that this was done on a different day, or that was an insert. I quite enjoy putting that sort of archaeology together, but it must first and foremost come from you know, being able to enjoy the story on the storyteller's terms. I don't, you know, I'm not one of those, oh, I like catching people out, I like looking for goofs. I don't actually enjoy that, and I get annoyed when people, you know, are desperate to find such things, because you're then not watching the program that's been made. You're not allowing the filmmakers, the television makers, to work within the parameters and limitations that you obviously have to work. You could pick holes in anything. You could say, well, nobody actually talks like people talk on television. Nobody goes to the loo, blah, 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 all of that sort of thing. But you have to. I think you have to take a slight step away and go, but I can still, like one can with great Shakespearean acting. If it's the truth, one can forget that one's sitting next to somebody who's eating a lemon sherbet, and that there's curtains in the wings, and that the actors, you know, are clomping on a cross arch or whatever. You know, it's the truth, it's the story, and you have to come to it. Now here we are on CSO. This doesn't look as bad to me. I do love these long shots of the maggots on the slag heap. There's something very evocative and sort of grey, slaty 70s about it, and it's always nice to see a helicopter. You know, the money's on show, and they do that very well. But the Brigadier and Benton are with two extras who are quite interesting, because he says, hopefully, because one of them is, and this is great, I love all this, I love a 70s explosion. The 80s explosions get quite glittery, and they, you know, things blow up, and whereas they're nice and orange and smoky. I would actually venture to say the explosions of Doctor Who in the 1970s are Doctor Who's best explosions. I don't think you ever quite get explosions like this again. These are all they were quite incendiary as well. There's quite a lot of fire with those, but they know how to do good orange smoke with the 70s explosions. So I like all of that, and I like they're charging around location. You've got mud and you've got water, and it's all pretty sort of real, you know. But yes, the extras to represent all those unit soldiers on location, where you get two extras sort of acting away busily behind Benton and the Brigadier, John Levine and Nicholas Courtney, and they are David Biller, who is the blonde one, who you start to spot in loads of things because he's got a shock of blonde hair. He's one of the two Time Lords that gets killed in episode 10 of the War Games, and he's a Thal in Genesis of the Daleks. He's good for Thal because he's got the blonde hair. He died a couple of years ago, sadly, but he is interviewed on that I Was a Doctor Who Monster video. I call it video. It's on DVD now, but I had the VHS because it's right up my street, interviewing actors who play monsters in Doctor Who. I think that's a lovely video from Real Time Pictures, one of my favourites. Because it's not. I find interview. He says, as a person who's done an interview podcast, I find interview videos with one person quite, I have to really be in the mood, whereas broken up ones with lots of different people, that's, I could do that loads of times. And the other extra in those CSO shots of the Brigadier in Benton is Leslie Bates, famous as Shadow of Cal, the first human to film for Doctor Who. Leslie Bates, his is the Shadow about 60 years ago, to the week almost as I record this. I think it was last week. And because I'm recording this in October 2023. If you are not a patron, you'll be hearing it in 6 months' time. There's another brilliant extra, Pat Gorman, but we only see him for a second because it zooms in on an impassive Stevens. So, I mean, do you really come to this for the extra spotting? If you're so inclined, you've probably spotted them already. But anyway, Leslie Bates, who died less than 10 years ago, nobody ever thought to interview him. And I always knew he was Shadow of Cal, but actually when you look at his credits, he did loads and loads of Doctor Who's. There he is. He's in between Benton and the Brigadier there, and it's David Biller on the right-hand side, or my right-hand side. I never quite know how that works. If I turned round, he'd be on my left-hand side. He's the one that isn't between the Brigadier and... I actually am really bad at how left... I do my left hand because I hold... You can when you have an L shape with your left hand. But if you told me to move my left or right hand, I would have to think about it. So I can spot extras at 20 paces, but basic human skills, I'm hopeless at. This is not something I'm proud of. Some people go, "Oh, I'm terrible at the things normal people can do," and I find that a bit sort of arrogant. Yes, aren't I slightly loftily otherworldly? No, I'm just shit at things I should be good at. And Pertwee is brilliant at all of this sort of stuff. Taking, the chips are down. He's got this bombastic computer, and Pertwee's also very good at countering sort of larger than life stuff with a sort of effete disdain or a very laid back dismissal. And there's actually a very nice dynamic there because you've got Boss being crazy, and I've talked over a lot of Boss's stuff, but I like the way the music accompanies Boss's speechifying, and I don't think Boss is tedious. I actually think this megalomaniac computer, partially because John Dirth has got such a wonderful voice. Although it's hard now in retrospect not to see Lupton from Planet of the Spiders. And because I think I came to Planet of the Spiders first, I always think of this as a sort of addition to his role as Lupton. But actually, this is his introduction to Doctor Who. He's Boss first, Lupton second. And it's actually quite nice that this... and I often sort of forget that it's John... It's the guy who's the lead villain in Planet of the Spiders is a sort of voice. I mean, it's still a big part, and it's it's not like he's a walk-on who's promoted to a speaking role. He's a leading guest artist, but you don't see him. And this is his introduction to Doctor Who. I think Jerome Willis is pitch perfect to this. I think what you want is really good actors, and I love the fact he gets slightly peeved with the Doctor. He's not a megalomaniac, he's brainwashed as well, but he believes it, or the brainwashing has made him believe it. But he's patient with Boss and slightly overwhelmed by him. He's peeved with the Doctor, but he also wants to sort of persuade, and he believes the stuff that he's trotting out here, as of course all good villains do. I've been watching in my downtime, of which I don't get much. I've been rewatching The Wire, which is this the first time The Wire has been mentioned while talking about the Green Death? I don't know, no, because people who like Doctor Who like good television. I'm sure there are Doctor Who podcasts where they talk about The Wire. You feel me? And one of the brilliant things about that is that, and there's many brilliant things about it, is that the characters are three-dimensional, and the baddies aren't just bad. They are people doing what they need to survive and doing... So there aren't any real baddies. Well, there are people on the wrong side of the law. That's an excellent shot, coming from the ceiling and then coming down into the Doctor's sort of cell. I don't know why Global Chemicals has a cell. Do you think any other sort of big businesses have a cell? Is there in Shell's head office? Is there a cell? I'm trying to think of a big company. Who are the people that do the tyres? I can't even. Michelin, yeah, Michelin. Have they got a dungeon? So yes, and here's HR, here's accounts, and yes, just take the lift to go down to the dungeon and the punishment block. I actually quite like. It made me laugh the first time. Richard Franklin did that sort of comedy fall after being attacked by the Doctor, and the Doctor does say that it's horseplay. So it's not just the actor trying to be funny; it's actually Yates trying to be funny. Franklin is clearly having fun here, which I kinda vacillate with. I do like that sort of pratfall that he does. It is genuinely funny, but the sort of the hand rub that he does in the previous episode, I found a bit much, and you go, where's the line between the actor and the character? And because he's getting more to do than just sort of go, Brigadier, there's aliens on the beach or whatever. He's rising to the occasion. I just don't know if I feel he judges it perfectly all the time, but that might be being mean-spirited. I love this. I love any scene where somebody goes through a door or a descending gate, and the other person gets trapped on the other side and says, "Go, save yourself." It's like people sacrificing their lives when they're wounded in a spaceship that they crash into something to help everybody else escape. It's just the sort of thing that it's like somebody getting wounded and saying, "No, leave me." I actually said that once when I was playing my friend at Call of Duty, and he thought I was being ridiculous because I was doing so badly and I kept falling off this building. He said, I can't. We're playing a computer game." I always rue the loss of the milk here. I'm not into wasting food, even for television. Although, of course, milk is not the force it once was. Now we get milk from almonds and oats. I've never seen an almond with udders. And milk is... I remember when Thatcher was, Margaret Thatcher, milk snatcher. But now we question the wisdom of actually giving milk or drinking as much dairy. I believe that's the case anyway. I know we need our calcium. Betts, there we go. He's Betts. And we've had a Dix in a previous episode. So Barry Letzer. So it's all getting a little cosy and self-reflective. And I vacillate with that as well. I think a long-running show and long-running personnel have earned it. But the Doctor is on film. The Doctor is on film. Let us leave this place of videotape and join him in the land of film. But do we worry about self-reflection? It's a very British thing, isn't it, to go, are they getting fond of themselves? I think there's nothing wrong with taking pride in a job well done and being part of a long-running show and maybe acknowledging some of the talent. As credits guy, why should I object to a Dix and a Betts in the dialogue? I don't. I think I worry about how it might look to other people, or how it might feel, or I think one worries about the motivation behind it, don't we? We do that too much. I do that too much, and I don't like it when people do it to other people, where somebody will do something, people will go, "Oh, they're just full of themselves." You go, "No, they might just be happy." You've imposed any sort of smugness upon them. I suppose I like the idea of Terence Dix and Barry Letts being above giving themselves an acknowledgement in a story because they're so pure. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. So I'm coming down on their side and having a go at any lingering doubts I might have in the back of mind without actually consciously thinking those lingering doubts, but I'm aware that they're there. The mind is a funny thing, isn't it? And we do that a lot these days. I'll just speak for myself, but I know I get annoyed when other people do it. As I say, when you see people making a judgment on why they think somebody has done the thing that they've done, when actually they might have just done the thing that they've done because they thought it would be fun and nice, and there doesn't have to be any conceitedness to it. Anyway, why did I talk about that? Not Doctor Who. There was a model shot of Bessie there. That's the sort of thing that used to make me cringe. It's quite a mixture of resources here, isn't it? You have all the film stuff, but then we're here in the studio where you can definitely see the planks in the floor because, of course, it's a raised set because it has to be, because you have to be able to manipulate the maggots from underneath, and because it's a raised set, it's planks of wood, and of course between planks of wood fall scattered gravel or whatever, or certainly you can tell that it has gaps between it, or that it's not completely solid, and so it underfoot with big clumping John Levine's big feet, it is not like a proper slag heap would have been. Although it does have, does it have the line, she's on got to the slag heap with the professor, which is a great line. So you've gone from outside to inside to model shot to inside pretending to be outside. It's a real demonstration of what they had to do to go, well, we're going to have to realize some of this in lots of different ways. And they don't quite marry together to a modern eye. But I think if you watched a lot of television at this time, you were just kind of used to it. You were used to occasionally a grassy knoll being a piece of astroturf and a blue black cloth. Although, by the way, and I must say I was wrong about the CSO in the Green Death being running out of time. I always knew that what has been written up as CSO in the Claws of Axos was actually Sky, and I was always annoyed when that myth has been perpetuated, the blue sky outside Bill Filer's car, and when Benton and Yates are fighting on the Land Rover, and it was just a very blue sky, but that's always been written up as, they forgot to replace the backcloth, to the extent that Barry Letts even says that in the commentary, and it's wrong! It's actually the sky. And people don't make that mistake now because it's since been darkened a bit. Now, here we are. I always forget this bit. Why am I talking about the Claws of Axos? I always forget Mike Yates appearing in the lab here. Remember last week I talked about forgetting about Mike being undercover. I always forget that he turns up and tries to kill the Doctor too. I don't know why, because I've seen this loads and loads of times, but it's always a kind of surprise. It always seems unfamiliar. And that's great because it means it remains a bit of a surprise. I suppose because we've only seen Mike in the global chemicals scenario. To have him here, he does seem like an interloper into a different part of the story. And I suppose that adds to the surprise and it adds to the danger because suddenly we've got the two worlds sort of combining, which makes this very tense. And I think it is very tense because, again, Pertwee is great at this sort of stuff where, he's very good at that, like the Major Baker, you are ill, you are very, very ill, at being very calm but very focused and authority and a man of authority in a tense and dangerous situation. He doesn't panic. But you can tell that underneath he's aware of the extent of the danger, but he knows what he's got to do. He's great at this sort of stuff, Pertwee. What a figure he is, and how wonderful that the Metabilis crystal, which was the sort of the fool's errand. Oh, and we have the Brigadier doing. Do you know what? I think that is funny. I do understand those who are disappointed with the Brigadier becoming a slight figure of fun, but Nicholas Courtney is so adorable. And here suddenly is Zippy from Rainbow out of nowhere. Isn't this great how they make this work? I mean, obviously it would be much better if it was Elgin, who we last saw being brainwashed. Now being an acolyte of Boss, which is what the brainwashing would have done. But Tony Adams is ill. And so he can't make it. And so we get this new character. I mean, in terms of how it's, the last time we saw Elgin was him getting brainwashed, and you sort of go, well, that is a sort of natural end to the character. And in fact, it's probably better for him because we could say, well, he's been brainwashed and been relocated to the Slough branch of local global chemicals. But and if he'd fallen ill 2 weeks earlier, or a week later, or whatever, it would have been a harder thing to cover. It's still not ideal, but I think it kind of works. But knowing what we could have had, that's another brilliant establishing shot using the set to sort of frame the characters, and I love that shot of Stevens. That's a brilliant piece of direction by Michael Brandt. He's really imaginative the way he's using some of these potentially fairly straightforward, sets, office building stuff. And the set decoration, therefore, from John Burroughs, the designer, is very good. It gives him plenty of options for shooting the scenes. I like the way that Mike does this. I really like the way that Mike is proactive and having been had his mind cleared, has to go back into the lion's den. That's very brave of Mike. I like it when sort of secondary hero characters, not one of the, Joe the Brigadier and the Doctor are the leads, really. So I always like it when Yates or Benton get something extra to do, because they're there to fulfill a lot of exposition and to give the lead somebody to talk to. So I like it when they have their own agency. Now, I got Andrew Llewellyn wrote to me on the Patreon page, where the episode's coming out an episode at a time, and said, "You're forgetting the most important aspect of the fungus being the cure for the Green Death that I wanged on about last week." Plotline. I had the wanged on bit there. "Is that it taught us all the word serendipity. Sidney Newman would be proud." I hadn't forgotten, Andrew. It didn't happen last week. It happens this week. I was keeping my serendipity powder dry, because serendipity was brought up earlier when I was talking about the claws of Axos, because I like to keep it relevant to the pictures. And it is indeed, and I remember Katie Manning then stars in a kids show, doesn't she, called Serendipity, which I've always thought was quite serendipitous in and of itself. But yes, I only know the word serendipity because of Doctor Who, and there are many, many more, and it is a beautiful addition to the fungus causing the cure. Is that it does give us that. It gives us as fans knowledge of that word. So hurrah for that. So yes, imagine this was Elgin, and Elgin dies, as he does indeed in the book. So Tony Adams ensured that Elgin could return. That's it. Tony Adams ensured that he could be interviewed on the Green Death DVD, where they do the the Man Alive spoof, don't they? They interview, although Stevens dies and they interview him, and Bert dies and they interview his brother. So they've got away with it. But nonetheless, I like to think that yes, it was Tony Adams going, "Well, if I don't die, perhaps I could be on a DVD spin-off spoof 20 years later." But it's good. It's nice to see Roy Skelton as well, doughty voice artist, voice of the Daleks, voice of Zippy. We don't often see his face. And again, I love this cliffhanger. Any cliffhanger that's a slight break from the norm, where again it's not one of the main characters. Although Yates is a regular, but Yates and Benton tend not to get cliffhangers. Not even the Brigadier. It's usually the Doctor and Doctor. I wonder why they didn't do voice of Boss. I think I prefer voice of Boss to Boss's voice. But anyway, and Barry Letts always said that he put the writer's name at the end because quite often people would tune in late and he'd feel that they'd miss the writer's credit if they missed the first couple of minutes. So that I remember asking Barry about that on one of my early commentaries and thinking it's probably a stupid question and he won't have an answer. And he did have an answer, so I was very pleased. I think that was on the Monster of Peladon commentary. Anyway, now the other thing is that was another upside down credit on episode 5, and I mused about that on one of the other episodes, and I got a message from my friend Peter Crocker, who knows about credits and things, and he says, I'm really hoping I haven't mentioned this already, but I don't think I have. Read the Green episode Upside Down Backwards credits film. The telecine apparatus used back then could only rewind film at normal play speed, not fast, and if the video was output, you got an inverted image, and of course it was in reverse because it was running the film backwards. Michael Bryant is unlikely to remember spontaneously, but if prompted, he may be able to corroborate my hypothesis, which is that if they were running behind in studio, they would have saved several minutes by running the credits over the film, then rewinding. I think 3 episodes run normally and 3 backwards inverted, so that makes sense. It does make sense, except you'd expect it to be every other episode, and that was episode 5, although they might not have recorded the episode endings in order, the episode credits in order. Who knows? But yes, that does make sense. So they're running them forwards and running them backwards and running them forwards and running them backwards. Interesting hypothesis. I should maybe try to ask Michael Bryant, who is an approachable sort of fellow. I actually saw him a few weeks back. But anyway, that's a thought for another day. But that's Peter's hypothesis, and he's the man who remakes the credits for the DVDs, so he's aware of their intricacies. So, what is my favourite thing about that excellent episode? It's an excellent episode. It has it all. Lots of lovely Mike Yates subterfuge. Lots of nice stuff with Stevens, who I think is a great villain. I think Boss and the way he's accompanied by the incidental music is fun. I didn't mention, I love that green death effect on Cliff Jones' neck. I think the green death effect is excellent. You come up with a story called The Green Death. You want the headline to be something that is well realized, and it really is well realized. The Green Death is clearly something they've worked out how to do very, very well. So it's a good job it's not called The Lift Down to the Mine or The Brigadier in Benton on the Bank, because they haven't quite managed to pull those off particularly well. Or Doctor Who and the Giant Fly. As we would definitely call Talons of Weng Chiang Doctor Who and the Giant Rat when I was younger. Did we call this one Giant Fly? And I was surprised it was Green Death. I always liked that the back cover had illustrations as well. There's a book to be written on, or at least a chapter, or at least a paragraph written on Doctor Who target novels with illustrations on the back as well as the front. So, what is my favourite thing of episode 5? I do like the bit I always forget where Mike Yates comes up from underneath the desk. And it's because it's always a surprise to me. But I shouldn't think Reuben will have chosen that, because it's a very personal one to me. I like the lighting, by the way, in that scene with Mr. James as well. The way that Michael Bryant shoots that prison cell is excellent, and the way that it is lit is very, very good indeed. I like Stevens as a villain. I like Boss as a villain. I think they complement each other very well. I think John Pert was excellent in that episode. Is it the Green Death effect? Is it the serendipity? Is it the fact that we learn a word? Is it that Reithian Doctor Who drive to be, to be educational, but not in a po-faced, boring way, but in a way that is just, augments, the thrilling tea time Saturday entertainment. Oh, I do love Doctor Who, so there's so many things to think about. This is a story that I've always thought a little overrated because of its production problems. I think I've always my teeth have always been slightly set on edge by the bad CSO and the mixture of realizations that have always caused me to sort of have a bit of a downer on it. And I think I always imagine the miners as being a bit sort of tougher, and people like us. I always imagine the 70s to be a bit more macho than it was in Doctor Who. Now, I'm not a macho person, and I don't particularly. Do I warm to macho people? No, I quite like it when I get a couple of my very close. I've got a very close friendship, although I don't see him as much anymore, but with an actor I worked with 25 years ago, and we were sort of chalk and cheese, and he's from a very sort of tough background and has lived quite a wild life, and I thought someone like him would have no time for a poncy, boring, slightly affected, nerky bloke like me. And actually I got on with him, and I got on with everyone on that show, but got on with him particularly well, and we still keep in touch, and he's still a mate, and I love his company. And yeah, I'm proud of that friendship, because it's one that it's obvious it's easy, it's easy to make friends with people you think are a bit like you. Do you know what I mean? And Francis is not that like me at all, and the fact that he likes me, I find very flattering. So I say but that's not to say he's macho, but he's genuinely, he's he can look after himself, I'm sure. But he's far too sensible. He's not somebody who struts around, because he would always, I'm sure, always avoid conflict first, because he's street smart as well. But so it's not that and I do know a few tough guys, and I think I get on okay with with tough guys because I respect them. So I'm not, I'm not averse to that, but I'm not drawn to the sort of macho world. But as I say, I thought Mike would be a bit tougher and a bit grittier. I thought Harry Sullivan would be. I mean, I love Harry Sullivan and I love Ian Marter, but I didn't think those characters would be quite as tra-la-la as they are. You know, I as I say, I'd expected it all to be a bit more Bodie and Doyle, and I think I'd expected the minor characters to be a bit more, you know, spit and vinegar and grime, rather than, you know, Bert's a bit sort of, oh, isn't he? And I don't know. So I think that it was all a bit, perhaps slightly neutered for me from my expectation, where I expected everyone to be, because I grew up around farmers, you know, where everyone's a bit sort of gruff and, you know, grimy and, you know, sort of pragmatic and, yeah. So, but that's none of that's actually the Green Death's fault. But I'm trying to articulate why. And I think I came into this story after reading the Doctor Who archives, where the fact file, you know, did point out, you know, that one of the newspapers had said that the dialogue was childish, and it pointed out that you know, the CSO in the you know, I was on the lookout for bad CSO, and bad CSO was there. I remember being quite disappointed with some of the effects, of course, because of what I'd imagined. Again, CSO was a particular bugbear, and the CSO. Particularly on those scenes that I'd so looked forward to, of the, you know, of the millions of maggots in the green, with the Doctor and Joe going through it on the trolley thing, and being, oh, I can't show this to my friends, you know. And I'd imagined, you know, Journey to the Centre of the Earth or whatever. But of course, I was blaming it for what it was not, and I again, I'm so much over some of that now, and instead I'm more admiring of the stuff that they do pull off than tense about the stuff that they don't, because actually, you know, time has been kind in the sense that all old telly looks old to the, in inverted commas, general public now. I remember doing a thing on this morning, and it was about Inspector Morse, which is all made on film and looks glorious, and, you know, is a high-end production, and saying to the presenter, Dermot Gavin, who's a gardener, and he said, oh yeah, I watched the Inspector Morse, and it's very slow, that old telly, isn't it? I thought, God, if you're not a telly buff, you know, anything that's sort of 5, 6, 7, 8 years old doesn't look like or sound or feel like what we watch now. Television ages quite quickly. And the fact that we still watch Doctor Who is a testament to it. And the fact is that, you know, even high-end productions from the old days. Now, Inspector Morse isn't going to have bad CSO. But actually some of the performances are larger than I'd expected. I watched one recently, and it does have a much more languid pace than television today. But things that you don't think, well, Buffy the Vampire Slayer has dated in a way I thought it never would, because it was so modern. The X-Files, you know, things date in different ways now. Obviously, again, I think the way that affects, and the practical realization of stuff, especially if it's all on film, is not going to beset a production in the way that Doctor Who is going to be beset by you know, problems that it exhibits to the modern eye, who is used to much more uniformity. But nonetheless, I'd already started to read about the chinks in the armor of the Green Death before I'd seen it, and as I say, I remember that John Pertwee special where it said "Boss is tedious," but I think Boss is actually quite fun. But I think some of the practical aspects of the production and some of the sort of lightness of it, in a way, made aspects of it disappointing. Which means I'm probably enjoying it now, even though I'm talking through it, as much as I ever have, because this exercise makes me go in, and I'm not lying to you. I will never watch a scene and I will accentuate the positive. If there's a scene I think is awful, I might go, that's awful, let's talk about something else. I mean, in fact, I talked about the Claws of Axos through lots of bits that I actually thought were quite good, because this is a stream of consciousness, and I have to try and finish a thought, because the worst thing is to leave threads hanging, I'm sure. I was working with the comic Robin Ince very recently for the 26th birthday of my comedy club, and he said as part of his set, that he realised he was a bit ADHD when he'd come off stage. And he was only doing 20 minutes the other night because that's all he had. We had to be out, and he normally does much, much longer. And he said that, he'll come off stage and an audience will come up to him and say, look, here's the 13 stories you started and didn't finish. Can you at least finish 8 of them for us here and now? So we've got some closure. And it is, it is quite difficult when you're commentating along, trying to be scene specific, to then not go, oh, well, I'll mention this and I'll get back to that thread that I dropped. And I'm sure there are quite a few of those. Look, that's the smallest violin playing for me, but for you as a listener, I hope it's not too frustrating. But going into this with this positive intent has really, I mean, I've never lost my love for Doctor Who, but it's rekindled my love for things I thought maybe I was too familiar with and not that bothered about watching again for a very long time because I've seen them all, and as I say, particularly with the Pertwee era, which I've always found slightly disappointing, slightly too long, the 6-parters, not as produced, as well as they would have been had they been the films I was watching, or even stuff like The Professionals, which production values were always very high, and I'd always found them quite samey as well, I think. But I've really enjoyed the comfort blanket of the Pertwee era, which I think, and the ambition of it, what Letts and Dicks try to do in terms of the things they want to say. Although Terence Dicks would have poo-pooed that and gone, no, we were just telling stories. It was all an accident. Rubbish. You definitely reflecting what was going on at the times, but he wore it lightly, which is to his credit, because because I've already alluded to the fact that how we doubt people even dropping in a nice reference to their own name. Go, oh, look at them getting full of themselves. No, they probably just thought it was fun. Anyway, so and Terence was certainly not. I mean, he could be. He could be quite disparaging about some of the stuff that came later, but he wore his own achievements very, very lightly, and was, a much, I think, a much more skilled artisan than he would ever have given himself credit for. Not maybe because he didn't think he was any good, but that wasn't his personality. He would, he would brush it off quite lightly and be dismissive that anything they did was in any way fancy or highfalutin. And maybe it isn't. Maybe it is disposable tea time entertainment, or that was its primary intent. But it has lasted because of some indefinable magic. But let's not cost time streams into one of my other podcasts. I know I've got to write a few of those. I've half written about 4, and I've got ideas for another 6. But they're harder to do than just talking rubbish out loud. Because if I want to, I can do 5 minutes about something I always knew about the Claws of Axos. Now listen, what is my favourite thing about episode 5 of The Green Death? Now, I chose the Mike Yates stuff last week, which I'm slightly annoyed about because, of course, there is the Mike Yates surprise, which is that scene I always forget about, and there is the fact that the cliffhanger involves Mike Yates, and I love it when a cliffhanger doesn't involve one of the 3 leads. But I suppose, is it the use of serendipity? Is it the fact that they get an actor in to replace another actor because that was television in those days and you just have to do something clever? I mean, it's not particularly clever. They just change the name, but they make it work. It works. Knowing what we know now, we do miss that Elgin's story gets rounded out properly, but it works. It doesn't take the viewer out of it. I do like Stevens. I do like Jerome Willis, but I know he's got a moment I might single out next time. And I do like that establishing shot, Michael Bryant but Michael Bryant as a director has already been chosen by Reuben. Serendipity or the Green Death effect, I think. It is called the Green Death. Serendipity, that does sort of do so much of what Doctor Who is, but maybe I'm being skewed by the fact that Andrew told me I'd forgotten it when I hadn't. I was just not being premature in my serendipitousness. Premature serendipity. No, I think I'm going to go for the Green Death effect. It's only subtle in this episode. It's on Cliff Jones's neck, but it looks good. It looks like he's been infected by translucent green deathery. It's a very subtle effect, but it's very effective. And the fact that they can move the camera about and it not look pony, and not affect, it's an effect that doesn't require a static camera, which is unusual at the time. And it is what the story is named after, and obviously we do see it at other times. Front axial projection, isn't it? And it really works. I'm going to choose the effect of the Green Death as my favourite thing about an episode that has loads. And again, if I had my time again, I might have chosen Mike Yates's involvement, because it's actually much better in this episode. And I do like that pratfall he does. I do think that is very funny. That does make me laugh. Green Death. Rueben Herfindahl is going to choose something from episode 5. Will it be the effect of the Green Death itself? I don't know. Let's find out. My computer's just trying to deal with this. It's not boss, this computer, although it is quite tedious. It's just trying to manage. Oh, here we go. He's up. Here is Reuben.
Well, this time around, it's got to be Mike Yates. He comes in there and does the James Bond thing and makes it work, and it's great.
Well, I get a point for that because I chose Mike Yates before Reuben did, and that's how it works, because I can't choose something after somebody has chosen it, because that has been claimed, so that diminishes my choices, but also means I can't get a point for it because the other person has preempted me. But that means if I choose something before somebody else chooses it, now obviously I still lose out on a point because I don't get the point for choosing the same thing this episode. So it's not hugely advantageous. It's not as good as choosing the same thing from the same episode, but I get a point. I think it's my only one. I've got a sneaking suspicion we might both choose the same thing next week. Of course we will. It's going to be Joe's leaving scene, but what about the bonus? Sorry, spoilers. I haven't watched next week's yet, but I can't see anything trumping Joe's leaving scene. It's so beautiful. And so but I'm glad in this episode of Happy Times and Places that Mike Yates's involvement gets a name check, because it's a cliffhanger for a unit peripheral character, not quite peripheral, but supporting lead as opposed to lead. It's Yates. Always when Yates and Benton get something extra, do it warms my heart as an actor. That's always, whenever I've been in anything, and any little extra's always been a bit of a bonus. Because I'm familiar with Richard Franklin and John Levine as well, and they've been figures that loomed large in my reading about Doctor Who, and then I got to meet and work with both of them, so I'm always sort of batting for them, really. And the fact that Yates subplot is a real asset to the story. It shows admirable sort of character arc in a way that we don't necessarily associate with the show in the olden days when reset buttons were a thing, and characters you didn't have much of a function outside of the stories, really. But also because he does the espionage well, and it's that bridge between the corporate world and as I say, the incongruity of him representing that when he pops up from behind the desk with the gun in the nut touch. That makes for a very tense scene, and as I say, one that always surprises me and is a bit unexpected. And because Mike is getting to do, instead of comping around in his fatigues, he's getting to do a bit of the old James Bond undercover stuff, and he gets to do a bit where a shutter comes down and he gets trapped behind it and tells the Doctor to run. I love all of that. Wonderful. So yes, I should have chosen Mike Yates this week, but I was premature. So I wasn't premature with my serendipity, but I was premature with my Captain Mike Yates. But there we go. So that's the end of episode 5 of The Green Death. I hope that you are all well as you listen to this, and that your life is accident-free. But if you do have one, that it's a happy one, appropriate for happy times and places. Cheerio. And so the fledgling is about to fly the coop. It's the final episode of The Green Death. Joe Grant's final episode of Doctor Who. Well, until relatively recently, when she returned. I remember Katie Manning saying in all interviews, and I saw her at a convention once as well, and her response was always, no, I would never go back. I've done Doctor Who. I mean, it was, she lived in Australia as well, so it was impractical. But even when she was in the UK, she said, no, I've done it. I wouldn't come back, never look back. But of course, things change, and people are allowed to change their mind. And she came back first in Sarah Jane Adventures, and you go, okay, that's nice, but it isn't being in the actual show, is it? But we got to see her in The Power of the Doctor as well. So Katie Manning, having been one of the ones that thought probably wouldn't return to the series. We always asked this of companions in the sort of 80s of Doctor Who. There was always a kind of, one of the first things we'd ask a Doctor Who actor was, and would you ever go back to the series? Now, of course, I think that self-loathing fan thing, of course, is because of course the series is not now as good as it used to be, and it's quite, it would be marvellous if somebody from the olden days returned. And I remember always thinking that Mordred Undead was probably, I didn't see season 20 when it went out, for reasons I will explain probably when I get to one of those. They're very sad reasons, and it certainly wasn't because I didn't want to watch Doctor Who. This was the days before everyone had videos and things like that, or certainly anybody I knew. And but the idea, because Mordred Undead had somebody from old Doctor Who in it, and some clips from old Doctor Who, it was automatically, well, that's going to be the best one of season 20. That was how our minds worked. And I think we thought that if the only thing stopping somebody coming back to Doctor Who ever was their choice. Whereas of course now actors, probably most of them would have been more than happy to come back to Doctor Who, and of course most of them didn't leave by choice. We learn this later. Not some of the doctors didn't even leave by choice. Pertwee since said that he would have stayed on. He just asked for more money, and they called his bluff. But more so companions, and so, but I think we always thought that, again, in the 80s when Doctor Who fans, or certainly I was particularly self-loathing, anything before me was automatically better than that which was of me and of my time. And so I thought that anybody from the olden days of Doctor Who, whereas of course history tells us, I've just been listening to Hamster with a Penknife talking about Pyramids of Mars, and of course they talk about Robert Holmes dealing with Jerry Davis and the Cyberman script and going, Doctor Who's changed since you were on it, and indeed season 12 it had Jerry Davis in it, Terry Nation and John Lucarotti, and both Lucarotti and Davis were massively, all names from the 60s were massively rewritten, and Genesis of the Daleks is a much more sort of modern approach. It's very much in the Hinchcliffe mould. Now, I think the wisdom used to be, that was just rewritten by Robert Holmes, that's why it's good. Actually, the evidence doesn't seem to point to that, but Terry Nation responded well to, the edict that he had been given, which is Doctor Who's like this now. I'm sure there are Holmesian touches in there, though. I will, when I do a proper close look at Genesis, I'll be able to go into more detail with that when too much information gets there, when I'm about 85. Or just when I'm inclined to look, which I'm not at the moment because I'm looking at Doctor Who and the Green Death. So why I'm talking about... But yeah, Jerry Davis and John Lucarotti from the 60s were not... did not fit in with what Doctor Who was doing, 10 years later, because obviously things change in the course of 10 years. But in my head, and I'm sure in the head of a lot of fans, all that was stopping the old, even my research into David Whittaker, he wasn't somebody that had distanced himself from the show because he'd gone on to greater things. He was, he was scrabbling for work, sadly. But I think, we always associated, or I always associated, the older days, and the older the better, with quality, and that all it would need was, somebody from the olden days to come and, come and mend more recent Doctor Who. And I think that is part of the psychological makeup, or my psychological makeup anyway. I always go back to sort of prehistory for things, which of course is mad. And I was thinking today also about fandom, and I think there's a bit of self-loathing in some of us fans. In terms of the idea of Doctor Who is now made and written by the fans, etc., etc., as if that somehow taints it, as if somehow William Emms, was a better fit for writing Doctor Who than Russell T Davies or Paul Cornell or Rob Shearman, because they're fans, you see, so they're not really proper. Which of course the evidence is massively against. But there's something in there, I think, that in a certain mindset goes, but are they really, because they're fans? Now, obviously, the evidence and the end result show that to be arrant nonsense, but I think it's still there within our fan psyche. Anyway, I don't know why that preamble has nothing to do. Well, I think it's because we're at the end of Joe Grant, and for most of my life, Joe Grant was a companion that would never come back, because Katie Manning had said, no, I don't really fancy it. But now that has changed, and now she has come back. So, nothing is ever without hope. If you like a thing from the older days, people will always change their mind. Well, and indeed, Tom Baker, Paul McGann, and Christopher Eccleston doing Big Finish, all and indeed conventions. In the case of Eccleston and McGann, all seem to be impossibilities at a certain point, and have actually all happened. So anything is possible. You just gotta keep going. And so let us now keep going as we get ready to watch The Green Death, episode 6. And so we are going to press play in 3, 2, 1. So here we go. Oh, and as I say, I always talk about the title sequence, but this is the last time that these opening titles are ever seen on screen, and not quite on British television, because of course there are repeats of Carnival of Monsters, Three Doctors, and Curse of Peladon, and Sea Devils. Yeah, a few. But anyway, I'm getting pedantic now. Oh, and talking of pedantic, I think it's Frank Shales, who's very good at pointing out when I've got wrong, and he does it very nicely, so there's no objection. When I said that my first experience of Joe was Doctor Who and the Monsters and the Curse of Peladon repeat, but of course the Five Faces repeat had happened before that. So I'd seen her in the Three Doctors and Carnival of Monsters. Interesting, and I will have registered her in that, but I really fell in love with her. I think it's maybe because there's a love story in the King Peladon, and I remember her kissing King Peladon and being a bit jealous. So yes, I was aware of her, and I was definitely aware of her from the Planet of the Daleks novelization, where I'd originally thought she was a man because she was called Joe. But I will go into that when I do Planet of the Daleks. It's one of my more embarrassing moments where I tried to pass myself off as an expert and failed, which is why I'm always cautious about anybody that claims to be an expert on anything. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, I fell in. So I was aware of Joe from previous repeats, but it was the Curse of Peladon, I'm sure, that made me write TM for KH. TH for KM. I've just given us each other surname on my school exercise book. I remember doing it. And I've since got to meet her, but I've not managed to get her to fall in love with me. But there we go. So there we go. That's what is it? That's the mushroom stuff that looks like a giant Christmas pud. I do like all of this film stuff out in the countryside and the Land Rover and all that, because I'm from the countryside, so all of this feels so very real to me. And having Doctor Who in this setting, I find very comforting. I would, yeah. So they've managed to make it like actual beef. Which I would say, well, no, they're getting actually better at that with veggie food now. I mean, Quorn sort of always vaguely stood in for for chicken, but I knew it was a compromise. I haven't eaten meat since I was 11 years old. I'm now 49. And I always craved a sort of something that was really like meat, because I like the taste of meat. I only didn't eat meat because I'm soppy about the animals. But I recently had some Marks and Spencer's chickeny nugget things, and they were almost too good, and it knocked me sick a little bit. But actually, because I haven't eaten meat in so long, and the meat substitutes I have had haven't really been like meat. But 10 years ago, I'd have loved something that was just like beef or just like bacon, but not so much now. But it's interesting that they're looking at a meat substitute in Doctor Who, to not just be a source of protein that replaces meat, but that actually, tastes like beef. I don't know quite what they've done at the Nut Edge, that I'm sure several scientists would spend ages to be able to do to make a fungus actually replicate the meat it was replacing. It's more likely that you get a protein that's like tofu or something like that stands as a replacement, but isn't something indistinguishable from the original, to steal a phrase. But anyway, it's the idea that because my uncle, on the other hand, who was vegetarian long before me, who was quite, he's from London, he was the first vegetarian I knew. He doesn't like meat substitutes at all. He goes, no, I don't want a veggie sausage. He'll have a veggie moussaka or he doesn't want something that's pretending to be meat. He sees that as not the point. Whereas I disagree. Whereas I would always disagree. I say I'm eating meat not eating meat because I don't want to eat it and don't like the taste. So I don't see having a meat substitute as a betrayal of that. But interesting, the differing the differing perspectives of two people doing the same thing, essentially. Anyway, there we go. There's my treatise on what I look for in a meat replacement. So I've barely talked about the Green Death so far. Oh, and here we are back on. So I love the fact that it's the same two soldiers who are completely different soldiers from the ones on location. I love those maggots with the teeth and the slight bits sticking out of them. I think they're really effective. All these shots of the maggots are absolutely fantastic. And obviously they've grabbed these while they're on film. And look, they can bear a close-up. That's how good they are. They can really stand a close-up. And I love the fact that it's the Doctor doing it with Sergeant Benton. And doesn't he sort of do something comedic in a moment? We've already had a comedic moment where everybody passed the mock beef to the Brigadier, and then Benton was left holding the seitan. Is that raining there? But look, I don't know what that bit sticking out of the maggot is, but it just makes it look real. I think they've got wonderful skin, a wonderful colouring. They really are a superb piece of visual effects. They're dying like maggots. Is that a phrase? They're dying like maggots? But anyway, but here we are. So we've got, again, this is, I think the CSO has been improved in post by the restoration team. Now here's the giant fly, which always of legend was supposed to be awful, but I think it looks great in that shot. But it was always written up as one of the disappointments of the Green Death, which, seeing as it's so amazing on the book cover, and again the Peter Brooks cover is my favourite, even though the follow-up cover is at John Geary is the fly on that is actually closer to the fly, but it's more like a sort of waspy mayfly type thing, whereas I quite like the giant blue bottle type that's on the Peter Brooks book cover. So it's always in my mind a giant blue bottle type, even though the actual one in the story is a bit more of a mayfly typey thing. Yates has really been gone over here, but is he about to do something clever? Yes, well done. I mean, that's the sort of manoeuvre you can only do in a certain type of television, where you can push two men into another man and the lift will close and you can run away. But that's okay. It was pretty well staged. So here's a model Bessie. Now there we go. Kitty, 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 come and get your lovely din-dins. is a very Sergeant Benton thing to do, and I love Sergeant Benton when he's only trying to have fun, and he gets into trouble, and then he's a bit hapless about it. That's a great Sergeant Benton interaction for me. I think that flies okay. I mean, it's obviously not walking on those legs. It's obviously being sort of pushed a bit, but I don't think it's as bad as the Fly of Repute. And I think it really stands. That close up's great, and I think the eyes are dead right. You know, they're like the eyes of a fly. If you've ever seen a fly close up, or you've had, my brother used to stick flies on. Well, God, he used to be quite cruel, actually. He used to stick them on cactuses, or no, he wasn't very nice. He's a nice boy now. Well, he is a very nice man, but he's a bit of a strange one. Anyway, I think let's not get into what my brother used to do with flies, but I think that's okay. Again, it's difficult because I think the CSO was probably originally a little harsher, but and that's great. I think the squirting of the green, that's lovely. It squirts the green death, and that's a pretty good animation. And when we're on film, it actually matches the film quite nicely. And there's a very satisfying neck break. Oh, and you can see a bit of green death on the Doctor's windshield as well, on Bessie's windshield. So I think that's something that's supposed to have been a bit of a compromise. Look at it. You can see that. I think the wings are lovely, and I like the way that the Doctor thinks that even something as deadly as a malevolent green goo spitting giant fly is beautiful. That to me is a very doctory thing. It reminds us that his alienness. That's actually a really good leap there from Captain Yates. That's quite high. It reminds us of the Doctor's alienness, that he can see the beauty in something that we have been conditioned to see as, grimy and horrible and skin crawly because it's a little creepy crawly. Whereas to the Doctor, it's a fascinating creature and the product of science. And I like it when the Doctor's like that because it's a lesson to us. And Pertwee again carries off that kind of thing brilliantly. I do like this outfit of his, actually. I think the blue with the burgundy piping is a really nice mix. I really like the colours of that. And she's a little bit. She's not unburgundy herself with her jumper, is she? It's almost like they're meant to be together. No, obviously not. Their costumes actually kind of match. Yay! It's Mike Yates, who, I mean, he can pass as a man from the Ministry, but he certainly wouldn't be in the army with that haircut, would he? So yes, serendipity, the fungus that killed the maggot. Beautiful. Quorn to the rescue. But aren't they good, those maggots? They are. I think those maggots are one, and this is of course called The One with the Maggots. I think they are one of the all-time classic Doctor Who monsters. They're so memorable to people that watch them at the time. They stand the test of time, and they're one of those great, it's a perverse, mutated, scary version of something that is actually, real. You actually that you could find. And as I say, we used to see maggots quite a lot in the countryside where I'm from because there was always dead birds and things. I really like John Dirth's interpretation of Boss. I think it's and I think it helps that Jerome Willis, although is subservient as Stevens, is also he's making it clear that he's being quite patient with a superior who is nonetheless a bit unpredictable and in need of indulging. I think it's a really lovely performance from Willis. I did get a letter. I did get a letter from him, but we didn't converse about Doctor Who. I assumed that time would come because he was still around, you see. I was delighted when he turned up in Space Precinct as Captain Podley. I mean, Space Precinct isn't great, but although Richard James, who's in it, who did Happy Times and Places on the Visitation, has written an excellent book on it, and it makes you think more fondly of it because you could see the sort of hard work that went into it, and mistakes were made, and I think that that's obvious. I mean, you don't give Idris Elba an early job and then dub him, but there we go. But Jerome Willis wasn't dubbed, but you don't see his face because he's an alien, and he plays it as a sort of in an Irish brogue, as the sort of police captain. But I was very pleased to see him. Playing essentially one of the leads, and he does get promoted to the opening credits, and so he does have a later stab at sci-fi fame by being in, albeit a compromised and not ultimately successful sci-fi show shot over here, but they had a bash, and it was always nice to see somebody from Doctor Who cropping up, especially in doing something important. He's actually quite sympathetic, Stevens. And he's doing this all on his own. He's acting to a voice, and a static set that's because he can't see the voice whatever it's called, the voice wobbly bit. What's that called? I've got one on the recording device I've got here. I've got my own boss. Terry Walsh there as the guard. Terry Walsh is sometimes a better actor than other times, and there's not necessarily a reason why he is or isn't. He sometimes does his lines pretty well, and sometimes seem to call him Monster of Peladon when he's the guard captain. He's not at his best, but he's all right. He's not as good an actor as some of the other stuntmen like Max Faulkner and Derek Ware. But, Derek was a rather trained actor, really, who graduated into stunt work. And it's quite a novel. It's quite a fun idea, isn't it? This computer, has been fed all of this sort of language and art and culture, and has gone sort of too far with it, so that even though it's a sort of superior creation, he's actually really annoying. So it's not only that he's got ideas above his station and wants to control the world and people and all of that. He's also gone too far in his appreciation of art and music and all of that, and it kind of makes more sense of the sort of insane computer thing, which is a bit of a trope. It is a bit of a cliche, but they sort of really go with it. He's not just a ranting, cruel, computer bent on destruction. He's gone extreme in all the other areas as well, even to the extent that he's power-up-a-pumming. That looks great. The mending of Professor Jones looks pretty uncomfortable, but we buy it. She's so pretty, isn't she? And lovely, Jo. And she loves Professor Jones. And of course, this whole story has been building up to Jo's departure, and I think it's beautifully, and she's earned it because, of course, she's been in it for 3 years. Yes, of course, and Stevens is now, which is quite sad, but he does still exist, and this I think is going to be my other favourite part of the story. I think because of course it's pretty obvious that Jo's departure will be my choice for this episode, but there's a rare occurrence in classic Who that Stevens will give us shortly, which I hope that you will acknowledge with me, which I think might end up being my bonus thing. And I am slightly biased towards Jerome Willis because he worked on that show with my brother. He was one of the first Doctor Who actors I sort of encountered in my own orbit, and also because I was so pleased that he put in his program notes Doctor Who and the Green Death, in which he played the lead villain. You know, he went to a bit of extra trouble with his Doctor Who credit. Not long, you know, this was early 80s, not long before actually actors stopped putting Doctor Who in their theatre credits. I know a few actors who actually in the late 80s and in the 90s decided not to put Doctor Who in their theatre biogs because they were a bit embarrassed by it. Now, Jerome Willis does all of this very well. You need a good actor to wrestle with this kind of thing, and he is a superior actor. And in fact, I think there's something about him at the RSC. I think he was in one of the first RSC companies, and I remember when it turn 50, because it was the Shakespeare Memorial Theatre first, of course, and then it became the RSC. I've got a feeling he was in that first RSC season, and then when it turned 50, he was in The Tempest, playing Gonzalo, the old man. And so I think he'd returned to the company to celebrate its 50th year. He did some sort of landmark like that with the Royal Shakespeare Company. So he was a highly regarded member of the profession, Jerome Willis, and he's in the Sandbaggers, and cropped up often on television in good character parts, but and did a lot of fine classical theatre work. So we love a bit of Jerome Willis, and I love the way that Steve, always, when humanity wins through against control, despotism, machinery, and I love the way that I love a human sacrifice. Human sacrifice always brings a lump to my throat and a tear to my eye. It's the bravest thing you can do, and it's in Doctor Who terms. Yeah, I love it. And he's sort of fed this in throughout, that he has been slightly perturbed or disquieted or reluctant, and here he wins out against the brainwashing, and that's a very Doctor Who thing, where humanity is deeply flawed, and it's easy to be pessimistic about humanity and we're always on the lookout for people's faults these days and catching people out and getting pointing out where they've gone wrong on social media, whereas actually I think it's a much more benevolent thing to do, to say no, we all want, we all have the potential to be good, and Doctor Who kind of says we've all got it within us, and that humanity is what makes us special, not what makes us bad. I love the fact it goes totally silent. And look, he's got a tear. He's crying. You do not see many tears in classic Doctor Who, and certainly not from men. So I love the single tear going down Stephen's face, and I love the way it goes silent as it goes into the close-up of him, where all the sound cuts out, no music, anything. It's a complete reversal of what we're used to, whereas actually normally when we hit a climax, the music and everything builds to a crescendo. There it cuts out, and it has that brief moment of kind of, this is the end, and humanity, and boss has gone. I love it. I love that. I think it's wonderful. Look at Jo's funky outfit. Of course, she's dressed for the evening now. Her trousers go up quite a long way. That's very Simon Cowell. Or is that her jumper? Or is it a one piece? Difficult to tell. Oh, Jo is going to leave Doctor Who. Yes, and so he's going up the Amazon. Oh, Jo. More than anything else in the world. Oh, bless. Oh, I love. I think I'm going to be wanting to go on the telephone. See, they. I mean, of course, if somebody said that in real life, but they kind of make it work. I love the way he sort of says "sorry, love" as though he doesn't quite get it. It's beautifully done by Stuart Bevan. That because that could be awful. It could not work. It might not work. And of course, it's not really that realistic, but because he's this single-minded scientist, and he is this kind of doctor figure. Oh, Mike's gutted. Although you never quite believe Mike and Jo, do you? He's yeah. You can't imagine Mike sweeping Jo off her feet particularly. Oh, yeah, you're going to take it from the man now, are you, Professor Nuts? So much for your blooming homemade wine. You're sucking at the corporate teat now. But that's still all the compromises, isn't it? That's the thing. Oh yeah, because she's got an uncle at the United Nations. She's actually, for all her klutziness, Joe's pretty well connected. She's a nepo baby. It's a nepo baby, isn't it? Although I do know people who pronounce it nepotism. Andrew Staines, who was Barry Letts's nephew, pronounced it nepotism. Anyway, Joe, she hides it well with all this sort of scatty I'm a klutz thing. She's got a really powerful uncle. Pertwee is beautiful here. I like it when the Doctor is sad, because there has to be a price for being funny and intelligent and brave and crusading, because otherwise, there's too much loftiness. Otherwise, the Doctor is like a sort of distant god, and the Doctor should be your best friend. I mean, there's wonderful moments of Olympian detachment, but I don't like I don't like a Doctor that is sort of too immune to everything. The Doctor needs faults. The Doctor needs vulnerability. He knocks that back, and Pertwee, who is so good at dignity, and he's very powerful, and he's very strong, and he's very self-possessed. This is it's so sad. It really is sad. I love the way this is done, and I love that little look Joe gives, and I love the fact that it's all unsaid, and that the Doctor would rather. And I know that I've done this at last nights. I blub, I hide in the loos, and I cry, and then I have to sort of sneak off. I don't like goodbyes, and I think I maybe get that from Doctor Who. The inability to sort of sit in that uncomfortable moment. I do find it really sad, and so this really resonates. And the fact that the Doctor would rather sneak off, sad, lonely, having put on a brave face, having not made it about him, having not been mean to Joe or anything like that. And Katie does that beautifully, but it's not all happiness, because she's going to miss the Doctor, and that's a wonderful, wonderful shot. And it's so bleak and sad and lonely, and I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. That is such a great ending. And of course, the closing credits are like episode 5. So is it 2, 5 and 6 that are upside down? So if Peter's theory is correct, it means they didn't do them in the same order. Anyway, that's pure speculation. So actually, the last time the closing credits, I said the opening titles was the last time at the beginning of this episode. So the closing titles properly for the last time are 2 episodes ago, episode 4 of the Green Death, because these are slightly wrong. They're upside down, and the next story has completely different titles, and the next story is The Time Warrior, which is the story that I was born through. So the Green Death is also the last full Doctor Who story to have been broadcast before I was born. And so again, because it's pre-me, I always think of it as slightly better than anything that came after that hasn't been tainted by my presence on the earth. But I'm happy with the fact that I appreciate older things and things that came before, because I think it behoves us to acknowledge that nothing that we have happened without the progress, the development, the skill of people who came before us, and things that we take for granted we wouldn't know how to do if it wasn't for those people. And it does not behove us to take credit for them, and I mean that in terms of technology, but as well as sort of societal progress. Anyway, I think I've probably rehearsed that conversation many times. Well, I really enjoyed The Green Death. As I've said quite a lot last time, it's one that I'd always felt was slightly compromised by its production, but it's not at all, because I care less about those things time has been kinder. Time has been a bit of a leveler. I do think the CSO has been slightly improved by the restoration team. Whether I approve of that or not is a conversation for a different day. We can go into that at some other time. When I speak to the boys, they very much justify it and go, well, there are all sorts of things that change. You're not watching it on the same sort of device. Most people would have watched it in black and white. There's all sorts of things that mean it's not like it was, and the way that it was captured, and the fact that all sorts of different reasons why a tinker here or there is no different to some of the things that just happen by the process of airing an archival show. That means it doesn't look exactly the same as it would have done when it was broadcast. But again, I think that's partially me going, but the people doing the tinkering are fans, and the people who did it originally were not fans, so they are more real people because I'm a fan and I don't like, and I'm rubbish. So that I think there's the bit of it all comes. All my reservations about anything come from a certain amount of self-loathing, I think. Which in itself is a form of narcissism, because it does mean everything's about you. So I'm not saying it to make anybody feel sorry for me. Self-loathing is the motivator of a narcissist. It's just a very good disguise for it. It's all the psychological games we play. Anyway, one of the psychological games I play is to watch Doctor Who and to chat about it and to get enthused by it and to dive deep in it, because it stops all the other noise. That's what it does for me. Except for when I overthink it and think about why I like things and don't like things and like I've just done. Anyway, Doctor Who is my escape route. Doctor Who takes me to my happy place, but also in that case a very sad place. I think that departure, I think it's beautifully real. I think it's very economical. I mean, it is fed throughout the story, and I mean it's fairly clear from episode 1 now that we know, that she's on her way out. But so they signpost it, but they feed it in. I think the relationship between Joe and Cliff is very authentic and very beautifully done. I think Stuart Bevan's performance is underappreciated. I've never seen it slagged off, but I think he has a damn hard job, and he does it very, very, very well. And as I say, the way he sells that, let's get married, and when she says we didn't talk about it, he's slightly quizzical about the whole thing, and it's beautiful the way the Doctor excuses himself. And the fact that it takes place in the Nut Hutch, which does feel like a real place. I think the ambience there and the little bits of fluty music they have in the background and all of that, I think really work. I think and the hippies aren't sort of stereotypical peaceman hippie types. I mean, the only one that speaks is Nancy, but they could have gone far further with that and made them slightly irritating or comical or foolish, and they don't do any of that. Or they could have made them sanctified versions, and they don't. They just make them kind of real. And a show that can often deal with character types or caricatures, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Doctor Who is often about sort of spoofing or matching a genre, and often yes, you have character types, and I think that's fine if there's still a truth to them. But actually, I think they judge all of that very nicely. I really believe in the Nut Touch, and so the backdrop in which she leaves, I think, is an authentic one that feels right. It just feels right. So, of course, my thing for episode 6 is going to be Joe's leaving, and it's not just it's the whole sequence. I could have just chosen that final shot, but that would be to undermine the work done by the way they've done the setting. I think that the tone of it, I like the fact that it's a little bit funny, and then it's the big celebration where everyone gets a bit of a hug and a hurrah, and then you have that lovely the Doctor quietly leaving of his own accord. It's dark outside, but you still feel, oh, okay, we've got the Doctor going, and that's sad, but we do want to have one more sight of Joe, and we see Joe, and she's happy, but we also need her to be a little sad, and she's a little sad, and that's all done without Katie Manning saying anything. She gives a look to the Doctor, she hugs Cliff, and then we see the look on her face, which is a mixture of, joy, and she obviously loves him, and I think that's beautiful, but also sadness, and that's the sadness that we feel. And then you get that final beautiful shot of the Doctor riding off into the sunset alone, in the only woman that's ever been truly faithful, Bessie. Oh, it's lovely, pitch perfect, beautifully done, well done to all concerned, and well done to Katie Manning, who I think I've said this before. We often think that because Katie is slightly parking and fun and effervescent, I think we sometimes think that she's like Jo, but she's not really like Jo at all, even to the extent that her Jo voice is different to her Katie voice. It's much more of an acting performance than I think we sometimes give it credit for being. And I love Jo. She's a brilliant Doctor Who companion. And she's a great match for Pertwee. I think their rapport is fantastic, and I love his performance in that. I don't think I give Pertwee enough credit sometimes as an actor, because he wasn't an experienced drama actor, and he's a man of star quality, so often no acting required, because he's Jon Pertwee. He speaks well, he looks amazing, he holds himself well, he's got a great presence and physicality. I don't think I'd want to see his his King Lear in the way that I would want to see Troughton's or Tom Baker's, and most of the Doctors actually. I don't see Pertwee quite like that, but in the same way, none of the some of our other doctors could have done some of the Navy Lark or some of the comedic stuff that Pertwee did, even though they're all good comedy actors. It's to say one can do one thing and not the other is not pejorative, but Pertwee, I think, is less of a dramatic classical actor. That's just a fact than most of the others. But what he has is he has a bouquet. No, he has a star quality. Which gets him through, NAR, no acting required, often, because he has all the natural accoutrements that can get him through a scene in the way that a lot of movie stars, who might not necessarily be the best actors in the world, they don't really need to be, which sounds like a contradiction, but I think it's in terms of what we understand acting as being, which is, range, access to emotions, various other things. But anyway, having said that, he's bloody great in those closing scenes, and I think nobody does. Considering he's the man of action and the dandy and the gadgets guy and the slightly arrogant, pompous one, nobody does that kind of taking one for the team, that kind of I will hold my emotions in check, but there's a real vulnerability underneath, as well as him at times, actually, and I think he's beautiful in that. So well done, Jon Pertwee, whose acting I often think I overlook. I think his acting in that is superb, really, really good. So yeah, Jo's exit, obvious, and of course my bonus thing, I think I was going to choose Jo's departure as my thing for the whole story, but I've got a feeling Reuben's going to choose Jo's exit for episode 6. So my bonus thing is also from episode 6, which I don't think Reuben's going to choose, because he's chosen much more general things, I think. Is I love that moment of Stevens, and it's because it involves Jerome Willis as well, who I'm often drawn to just go, well, I'm going to pick that guest actor, because guest acting is often my favourite thing. I like the guest turns. I like the character actors. I like the new people who come in and make a story unique because of their presence. But so he could easily have been chosen because he's so great in all of the episodes, but it's not just him here. So I feel like I'm not cheating quite so much. It's the cutting out of the sound, beautiful, the way it just goes silent, and it's that solitary tear, because we don't get solitary male tears in Doctor Who. It's a really interesting way to dispatch your lead villain. He is the lead villain. And again, it makes sense in terms of what Jerome Willis has seeded throughout in his performance, that moment of humanity doesn't come out of nowhere. And it's actually very, very touching. And again, it's that very Doctor Who-y thing of the real danger is the ranting machine, the science gone wrong. And what defeats it is an appeal to the last vestiges of humanity, the good things of humanity that are there if we're optimistic. And Doctor Who is an optimistic show. If we, and it's easy to be cynical and, oh God, my natural predilection is to be cynical, and being cynical feels grown up. But I think it's much better to hope that within us all we have the possibility to be good and for redemption, and that what we consider to be the great assets of our species will win out over, our baser instincts or science gone wrong or tyranny. So yeah, it's Stephen's final moments. I was just going to go for the tear itself, but I think it's part of so many other things that also it touches upon, which Jerome Willis crying a tear as the sound goes quiet and humanity wins out over a wayward machine intelligence. So those are my two things. What has Rueben Herfindahl chosen as his final choices for the Green Death, which is episode 6? And here we are.
It has to be the leaving scene. We were seeing Joe leave. The Doctor is legitimately sad. This is not Bill Hartnell leaving Susan behind. This is way more emotional. I can't watch this without shedding a tear. This is truly the end of an era. And, you can tell the Doctor truly has his heart broken. And then that scene with Bessie and the Doctor driving away just breaks my heart every time.
Ah, now yes, you see, I knew it was going to be that. Has he done? Oh no, there's no. Oh, there doesn't seem to be a bonus. Oh well, never mind. Oh, hello, it's Toby from the future. As if by magic, or is it serendipity, what landed in my inbox this morning was, this is the future, by the way. The rest of the podcast will take place after this, but I'm nipping in to slip in from the future what arrived in my inbox from Reuben this morning, just after I'd sort of recorded and saved the rest of the podcast. But that's okay. By the magic of radio, here's Reuben a few years later.
So this is an odd one. I forgot to record my favorite thing about the Green Death about 2 years ago when I recorded this. During the pandemic and all that kind of fun stuff. So I only realized that when I listened to episode 5 on the Patreon feed. So I can't cheat and go back and listen to something. So I'm just going to go with Unit. I love the Unit family. It's part of the reason why the Pertwee years are my favorite years. The Brigadier, Mike Yates, Benton, Pertwee, Joe. It's my favorite comfort food to go back to time and time again. And on the upside, the pandemic is in the rearview mirror, and what a great episode. What a great time. God bless.
Well, time passes, pandemics come and go, but some things don't change. I'm still a loser, but the Unit family is a good call, and comfort is the right word. Anyway, back to the past. I wasn't going to win anyway. It just means Reuben gets one less thing to talk about. But that I probably didn't explain the rules properly. I did a lot of this in a flurry, Anyway, that's fine. I'd have lost anyway. So we can let's all choose a bonus moment for the Green Death episode 6. Why not? It doesn't matter. And do you know, I was thinking that when Reuben was admitting to sort of shedding a tear and thinking, we're grown men watching something designed for the sort of kids, or at least a family audience of 1974, 4. And we're, there's part of me that goes, oh dear, silly us, aren't we silly? Because I did when I was watching Pertwee and talking about it, I did get a lump to my throat, and I did find it quite moving, even though I've seen it loads of times before, and even though it's in a silly children's sci-fi show from the olden days. And I sort of thought, God, aren't we a bit daft? And actually, no. Do you know what? There are worse things than being moved. There are worse, and it doesn't matter what you're moved by. If you're in touch with your emotions, it's better than suppressing your emotions, isn't it? It's better than being like Boss, the cold, arrogant computer. We lose nothing by being in touch with our emotions, so long as it's containable, and it's catharsis, isn't it? Watching something that unleashes our emotions. That's why we like being scared when we read fairy stories or even Doctor Who or whatever. There's something about experiencing it. It gives those muscles, if you like, a workout, so that we're then better able to cope with fear when it happens in real life, because it's not as much of a shock to the system, because we have rehearsed it in a safe environment. And I think it's the same about emotions. There's a catharsis of having a good cry, and there's something about working that emotional muscle that is good for us, and that is, what is it? Sad is happy for deep people. But there is, and I, there are those who would be predisposed to laugh and mock a couple of middle-aged blokes who've never met but are united across the pond by our love for this show. And us talking about the fact that we get a lump in our throat when a companion leaves the Doctor, and it's a bit sad, even though, their relationship is one that can only be defined in a certain way because it's, family-friendly tea time escapist television. So, it's not as broad and real as relationships are often depicted on television these days. But it's utterly truthful. The dynamic between Jo and the Doctor is totally believable in its own terms and in the way that it is told, and in the truth that is transmitted by those two performers, who have a lovely rapport, and I totally believe it. And you know what? If two middle-aged guys who've never met but united by the love of this show find that watching it, tweaks an emotional gland, and gives that part of our psychological makeup a bit of a workout, in order to, even it's just surface that motor, give the lachrymose engine a tweak. We can be mocked for that. But I'd rather be like that than be somebody who, and I'm not great with emotion. I find emotion, and I'm not pleading any uniqueness in this or any that or claiming to be special. Emotions are hard to deal with and hard to process. And one of the things that has helped me in life negotiate often quite difficult emotions is the fact that I've had an outlet for my fears, for my anxieties, for my joys, and for the bits that sort of get me in the gut, which are self-sacrifice and people going and never seeing them again, which that episode has both of which sort of get me a bit in the gut. I am Doctor Who has helped with those things, and I am better for the fact that I have had Doctor Who in my life to help that. And we all have things that are our outlets. Football fans have an outlet for heightened emotion, and expressing themselves in a way that they might not be able to in other circumstances. I mean, we're always comparing ourselves to football fans and saying that we're better. And I think a lot of the way that Doctor Who fandom manifests itself, or the things that Doctor Who spurs, is can in some ways be more positive than I've seen football fans behave in a mob mentality way on the tram or whatever. But I also know that football fandom can be great for communities and can be great for a sense of belonging, and maybe it does act as an outlet for energies that might be used in a worse way. Did they not have the football terrace outlet? So, I'm not going to be too. I don't want to be too sort of snobbish about football fandom in a way that I think it's sometimes very tempting to be. Although I think deep down I probably am, if I'm honest. But human beings are weird. We are biological machines, and we have a need to exercise up physically, but I also think we have a need to exercise emotionally, and that's where storytelling comes in, because it allows us to rehearse, to experience, and to have an outlet for, or to have provoked emotional responses that give those muscles a workout that they might not otherwise get, which is why we're drawn to stories, which is why we're drawn to make-believe, because it enables us to rehearse situations so that when we do encounter them in real life, we can perhaps cope with them a little bit better, or perhaps have comfort in the fact that we felt those emotions in a way that is safe and is containable. I certainly feel that about Doctor Who. Doctor Who was designed to sort of scare me, keep me on the edge of my seat, and the sad bits are designed to make me sad. But I find with all of those things a weird comfort. I'm sad about Joe's departure, but I find it comforting that that's a containable sadness that sort of gets me every time, and it's rather beautiful and it's sweet because I guess because I know it. But it never fails. I've never become immune to it, even though I know the shots, I know the performances, and I know that it's coming because it's so beautifully done. And I think that is because, as the Green Death tells us, aside from the beautiful environment, the clever environmental message and the forward-thinking nature of it, and the fact that it does Doctor Who's thing of taking an everyday thing, flies and maggots, and making them larger and scarier versions, and all of that. What the Green Death really tells us is that it's better to be a flawed human being who can shed a tear than to be a ranting, unfeeling, arrogant machine. Amen to that. Thanks very much for listening to this omnibus edition of Happy Times and Places, which is presented by me, Toby Haydock, and my special guest, Rueben Herfindahl. I'm so grateful to Reuben, who is also a patron at patreon.com/Toby Haydock. Alongside many other lovely people who help to keep these podcasts going, and they include Stephen Moffat, Peter Burns, James Correa-Smith, Peter Harness, Ronald Hayden, Rob Leonard, Christopher Meredith, Gavin McLean, Richard Straw, Neil Tate, Nick Tedston, Graham Slight, David Shepherdson, Stephen Nick Temple, Damien Timmer, Sabrina Tirabassi, Apollo Siva Muth, Gary Wales, Adam Westwood, Stephen White, Tom White, Michael Williams, Rhys Williams, Andrew Willis, Andrew Wilson, David James Wilson, and Sydney Wilson. The music is by Dave Gates, and the artwork by Dylan Patterson. Patrons get their names read out at the end of the credits, do see. So if you would like to have that honour, you can go to patreon.com/Toby Haydock. As I mentioned, it's not just invoking your moniker that's available there. There's all sorts of other things that are available to everybody on the lowest paying tier, which is £3 a month. Although don't do it through the Apple app or whatever it is. Go straight to me. Go straight to my Patreon, because if you do it via Apple and things like that, they add 30% to it. So go straight to the Patreon, patreon.com/Toby Haydock. For £3 a month, there are higher tiers, but everything is available at the lowest tier, and that is bonus material, advance releases, glimpses behind the scenes of my Blu-ray and DVD extras, interviews from my archive, and all sorts of other special goodies, including pictures of my dog. You can also support these at ko-fi.com/Toby Haydock, where you're not tied into a monthly obligation. It's just a one-off contribution whenever you like, but you can contribute without having to do so financially, just by listening to these and by scoring them the maximum 5 stars, and perhaps even adding a few lines of positive review wherever you get your podcasts. Apple, iTunes, Spotify, everywhere. I mean, I think that they're available everywhere. Wherever they're probably places I don't even know. And subscribe and like my YouTube channel, and please click on the videos there, because I put them up there, and it's the place fewest people listen to them, so it looks a bit manky at the moment. But that's because you have to sort of stick everything on all platforms. If I'm honest, I haven't quite cracked YouTube yet, but I'll get there, I promise. But in the meantime, help! I am on all of the social media. I'm on Twitter at Haydock Podcasts and at Toby Haydock. I'm on Instagram at Toby.Haydock. I've got a Facebook page. I'm on Blue Sky. As mentioned, I'm on YouTube. All of the followings and likings and thumbs uppings and scorings the maximum really helps in this horrible age where we only get our affirmation from the point scoring of strangers. Oh, brave new world that has such terrible things in it. Now then, one of the things I'm doing is I'm changing the way I'm doing these. So I don't know if you can hear. There's a bit of a fsh, because that's the fan on my laptop. And normally what I do is, because it's old and creaky like me, is I record this on Audacity and take the white noise out. But I do the opening and closing credits of these omnibuses straight onto GarageBand, so I can't remove the white noise. But I'm changing the way I do it, so I record in a different way. So you may think that this white noise that is only on the opening and closing credits, I hope, is a bit, I don't like that. But soon it will be gone and you will miss it, because I'm sure it is like the planes over Heathrow if you live in a flat, and you get used to them. You know, when you get used, if you live under a flight path, you get used to the planes, but you'd soon not be able to sleep if the planes stopped flying. So anyway, there's a little delve behind the scenes of something that's not remotely interesting, but gives you your end of show coda.